And oh. All right. Howdy ho. It appears we be up on everybody. That's good. Oh. I'm supposed to be watering bamboo right now. I will do that when I get home. How are we doing this evening? Is anyone here yet? Maybe. Are we on all channels?
Yep. I see a Facebook message. I see a me message.
It's confusing because the chat doesn't. Hey, Raytheon. All right. And we have YouTube.
More in a second.
Okay.
It's definitely up, and Restream bot appears to be working.
Awesome. Look at that. I'm not going to say it, but wow. I'm not allowed to say it, David. No, that's what I said. I'm not going to say it. It's just too much to deal with. It's crazy talk. Good morning to Germany.
Okay.
All right.
Here's my question, Tomas. What have I messed up? I just loaded every single one of those tools into ZBrush, and then I saved it, and the entire file is only 43 megabytes. And I have several, like, 2 gigabyte files.
I don't know. That's probably not very promising. Yeah, I'm still Pablo, it seems. It does happen. And you know what? I still haven't made my little... What's the little frame called? I never remember to... Yeah, I never remember to do the overlay until I look up and realize that I don't have my overlay.
Put your headphones in. I'm echoing.
Oh. Uh-huh. Burp, 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 burp. One second. Boy, you think you roll it cleanly, you pull it out, and it is always a nightmare. All right. All right, say something. All right, that's good. And let me push mute. Oh, no, it's muted. All right. I think we are there. Boop, ba-doop, boop. Uh-oh. Are they saying they can't hear you? We'll say something in... No, it's funny. Now desktop audio is down again. Shh, 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 shh. It's fine. It's going to be great. Are you there? Nope. So what should I be saying is the... it would be the speakers from inside. All right, let's try that. Say something. Nope. When I put my headphones in, it changed it.
In voice and video, set to your headphones.
There you go.
Check, check, check.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. Or, I don't know. Was it? Is it supposed to be?
It should be. I mean, if it's working, it's working.
And we have it set to
Yeah, they say they can hear me now.
high definition headphones. Yeah, okay.
Cool. You want to switch to the Twitch channel? Twitch channel in Discord?
I don't understand what you mean.
Would you like to switch to the voice channel
oh.
where the human beings can get to us?
Yes. Sorry. I'm looking at my Discord thing going, oh, what am I supposed to be? Okay, hold on. Jesus. It's going to be one of those lives. Twitch streaming voice channel. There we go. Boop. Speak. Speak. All right. I think that's sorted out. All right. Goodness gracious. Madness, I say. I always love our first number on Twitch was like 38, and now we're down to 11. It's like no one likes me trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing. No one, like, do people just come on and have everything ready and like just go at it from word one?
Couldn't be. Other people prepared? No.
What?
Couldn't be.
What? No one's there yet. Like, people. Look, we lost 2 more people.
Start the stream. Say your YouTube stuff.
All right.
Hello.
Okay. Well, I haven't loaded anything. Are we still waiting for you for the file?
I uploaded it. It's 43 megabytes for some reason.
Yeah, I have an odd feeling that ain't it. But let me download it.
If I go to in Tool, save as, it'll save everything in my little like tool palette, right? It doesn't just save the one I'm looking at.
It'll only save the open subtool. You have to save that as a ZPR.
Oh, do you want me to save this as a ZPR?
Sure, because it's all coming in.
Have to deal with one thing.
There you go. Yeah, no, that ZPR is going to be a lot bigger than a. See, if you save the tool, it's only saving the subtool that's open. Hello, kind and gentle folk. So, if you're on YouTube, and we'd like you to push the subscribe button, and then if you like what you see, push the like button, and then if you have any comments or questions, put them in the comment section below, and either I or someone from Pixologic will answer for you, or to you, or answer you, or however that plays out, right?
Answers will happen.
Something to the positive side will happen when it comes to sharing of information, I'm sure. Okay, here we go. After last week's agonizing stream, I apologize. That was rough. We were having some very serious technical difficulties. Here we are, and everything seems to be working good. We got a file coming with all of the critiques in it. Feel free to upload critiques, but because we have so many, we can't necessarily guarantee that we'll get to them tonight. But it's critiques for the rest of the month, so it's all good. Ja. Okie dokie. Is there any other information I should be sharing before?
No.
No?
So whatever you want. Have a
All
conversation.
Right, so I just get to sit here and chat and converse for a second?
Yep.
So has anyone been using the new, I just downloaded the new update, so I'm looking forward to playing with some of that. Is everyone updated and using the new version? I'd like to get some feedback if anyone's doing that. Hey, Ash, how's it going? I like your tentacle, by the way. I'm glad you're here because I have to chat until this tool is uploaded. So, how was your adventure in ZBrush Core Mini? I had a catastrophic failure. Oh, okay. Be really careful. Keep it simple. My friend sent me a meme of this little avocado with the alien as the pit coming out of it, and so I just started texturing the back before I sculpted anything because we were trying to keep it a little bit of a mystery. And I used all of my geometry on the texture, and then I tried to save it. Then I was like, oh, well, I'll do it square and then I'll pose it. You can't do that in Core. You need to pose it and then sculpt it because there's no moving tools. So all you're going to do is destroy it by using the move brush. So yeah. Yeah. No, I totally blew it. I mean, it was kind of embarrassing. At the end, I just did it without legs and arms because I got frustrated and I was it was sad. It's funny because the week before afterwards, I just was like sort of doodling at it and I made like a cool little monster. It looked fine. You know, if I would just stuck and made my just weird trippy things, we would have been all good. But no, I tried to make a smooth, easy cartoon character with avocado texture and completely blow it. It was tragic. Just tragic. Hello, Rizazan.
Hi. It turned out to be 8.6 gigs, and it's uploading now.
Okay. Yeah, it seems that some of... You love my avocado? Yeah, it would have been, you know... I expected more.
I expected feet and hands.
Shush. You just be quiet over there. It's really funny in this latest video that I did for the classes. I make commentaries on it because it's this little bird holding a twig, and then I don't know, for some reason when I was blocking it up, I was like, oh well, and I put the bird foot on backwards, or you know, it was going backwards, and so I have a running commentary of how Henry was going to yell at me about my feet.
I always do.
I know. You're a foot fascist. Oh, your masking tool and clay tubes and twists, like every tool I use isn't there. It's really funny how you realize the habits that you develop really get hammered, you know, where you're... I mean, like, I think if you didn't have habits, it'd be a much more free, easy tool to use. It's just, you know, after 16 years of jamming habits into my body, I was just like, oh, here, I'll put texture on it. No, do not use surface texture. Keep that sucker smooth as you can. All right. Well, oh no. I'll just start sculpting until that happens. What should we sculpt while we're waiting for crits?
A foot.
You want a foot? All right. Snarky bastard. I'll give you a foot. Oh.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
So I will be up and running next week. Yay.
Awesome.
Woohoo!
Yeah. My buddy's giving me his old PC.
Nice.
So, yeah. Beggars can't be choosers. Anything that'll run it, I'm happy right now.
Right? I was going to say anything. It looks
Right.
like we might have sorted out my final build at last again.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe.
What? What is the alleged machine this time?
It is... We're going with the Threadripper. And it's a 64 core Threadripper.
Holy crud.
And 264 RAM.
Wow.
Help me here, Henry.
No, I was just going to sit here silently and see how you did. It's the 3990 Threadripper, so we downgraded from the Pro, but the 3990 is better anyway.
Yeah, who knew?
Yeah,
Go
256 gigs of very fast RAM this time.
Wow.
And a 3090, and that's really all that matters. The rest of it's just fun. So Tomas, it looks like I'm only 300 megabytes into this 8.6 gigabyte upload.
All right, I'm going to just start.
Want to start.
Yeah, I'm just
You've
going to
got
start.
Romfo already?
Go
for it.
Hold on. Who do I have? Oh.
Romfo.
Dear God, what are you downloading, Henry?
Well, we
I'm
thought we were
upload-
going to be cute and get them all into one tool until. See, some people upload files that are like 2 gigabytes.
Right.
And so that adds quickly to the size of the file that.
Right.
Oh, see,
Holy
did you
Christ.
just see? Ash asked how many lights we have in it. A lot.
It has a lot of lights in it.
Oh.
It has a lot of lights in it. It's not the disco mini fridge that he desperately wants, but it has a ton of lights in it.
Actually, the Disco Mini Fridge, I mean, okay, let's face it. The Disco Mini Fridge would be pretty awesome just because it really is a mini fridge. I mean, it's the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life. This, on the other hand, does have 10 fans, though, and they're all QL IQ lighting. So it's definitely going to still have that, and it's white, so it's definitely going to have that My Pretty Pony and a unicorn had a baby that went to a rave and puked a rainbow. I think we've definitely accomplished some of that, because there's case lighting that's IQ lighting too in there, isn't there?
Yep.
So
That's a Henry question, yeah.
needless to say, there are a lot of lights in it. So it should be at least visually entertaining for a little while. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Oh, that's Ashley. Hey, Ashley. A Cube is Ashley, yeah.
Yeah. Is Rumfo here?
Don't know. They'll have to sign off. Let us know.
I'm not seeing. It's funny, we have like Indian, so like he's sort of Indian and Tibetan, like what's, I'm having a hard time remembering. He's black. He has all the fangs. He's Tibetan Buddhist and Malaysian Buddhist. I don't know, but he looks, this guy looks like he has self-filleted himself. And then also got the naked lunch bug going down. He's pretty rad.
That reminds me of those cave spiders.
Yeah, no, he is cool. The anatomy looks great. The caricature looks good. I mean, the detail in between the ribs and getting your... So it's straight is... To me, it looks awesome. All right, so your anatomy looks great. You really have a good over and under going on. I would still... Okay, hold on. Let's get into this subtool and... All right, I'm going to hide some other people here. So it looks great. I still... See how you cut this in, right? And I know everyone's like, you always say the same thing. Well, I just think that instead of cutting your detail in, right, just making this an actual layer with your sculpting, I think would be, I'm just going to do this one little area. Now see how that reads, like this layer is going under this layer. Where this, you wind up, it just looks like a line that's been cut in. So avoid cutting in lines and just use, because you did a really good job. Like here, you know, that looks like that's going over, that's going under. I think that if you just actually have those things, you know, don't get caught up in your sculpting to the point that you ruin your layers. So see how that's distinctly things going over and under. And yeah, this is okay because that is sort of running, but I would still pull this back, and instead of that being a graphic, let it be a layer. And whenever I say graphic, I mean, like this is a graphic line. This is a layered line, if that makes sense. So when I say graphic, I mean just taking whatever you're using, damn standard or any of the slices, and you do that. See how these two are even surfaces? Try to make them layers. It reads better, it looks better, and it's more realistic. Because see, you do a good job here, and then you come back in and groove. Ooh, that's not clay tubes. And then you groove it. In just that groove, you're just raising that extra little bump of reflection, where just having it be an over and under is really all you need. And I'm not, when I'm doing this, I'm not talking about your textures. Your textures are nice. I'm just trying to get the layer information. Right? As opposed to it being cut in. These are things that are actually going over and under one another. And it's subtle, but, you know. Because if you look, you know, this is a dramatic over and under, right? Where in all reality, this isn't that dramatic a line. This literally is just an overage and an underage. And so when you're making things that are smaller steps as dramatic as the things that are big steps, it gets confusing because everything winds up being roughly the same depth. Right? See, that's still very clearly an over and under, but it's not competing with this one. And here, your bicep, once again. And yet again, this isn't about the texture. Your texture's nice. But by removing that line hump, hold on, where you cut it in, so you lose all your line, because you're using the same tool. All of your lines that are division lines wind up being the same thickness, and I just think that it's robbing you of some nice moments, because this going over, this is higher over here. But you've cut this line into it, right? So you're separating these things, that you're not layering them. So this is coming over here, yet it kind of comes under here. So you're missing an opportunity for some really nice surface tensions here, where you get the transition from over to under. Right, and you don't need that line cut in. And you're going to get just as dramatic a form, if not more dramatic, because you're telling a layer story as opposed to getting all these things separated. Hopefully that makes a little sense. Because all in all, it's great. Once again here. See, you have the, we don't have Sword Soft on. Turn on Sword Soft. Enable control bar. Turn these two guys off. Bring you over here. Turn you on. So you can see that this looks like it's doing this, and then you get this layer here, a scoop, and then a layer there. Well, that's not what happens there, right? It is just, this is crossing over. And this is coming out from under. And see, that looks more natural. It doesn't look like a sock or, you know, something that's cut in and around it. You have such nice texture. Unless this is supposed to be like really shiny, I would give it even just a little bit of texture just so it ties in with, see how just even that little bumping there implies that there was some intention in that. Especially since you have such good, deep, interesting texture going on down here. Or it's supposed to be like something metal, something shiny, you know, but even then I'd probably put a little texture on it. But then I'm a texture hope, so I'm not always the best person to ask about texture. I always want more. Our fangs look good. Your hands and your feet are awesome. They have nice tension and texture. They have good weight. Their interaction with the objects are good. Oops. What did I lose there? There we go. All right. Nice. Really subtle, lovely posing going on there. Your filleted hands. You might want to give just a little bit of, and I don't have a specific answer for this, but just give it a little bit of, is that set? It's way too high. Hold on. Just give it a little bit of where they're not sitting at exactly the same, where they're not just flat, where there's a little bit of motion. You have so much motion in this guy that having these just flat seem a little, I don't know. They just, I think that a little bit more implied weight would tie in a little bit better with what you have going. Okay. Yeah, your bug looks great. I think your lotus petals are a little bit thin, especially if this is sort of tied into like the Buddha sculpture where it's sitting inside the lotus. I think you'd be happier if you wind up with a little bit thicker leaves. But I mean, that's just purely taste. If you're going to print, and also yeah, I think thickness can only help you here. And it doesn't have to be much, but just give it a little bit of variety so it's thicker at the bottom. And it'll also make it a more stable part if you ever plan to print it, which would be awesome. And I'm just using inflate. That's not very... Maybe give it a little bit of thickness as such without getting those weird little things because I inflated everything. If you ever do plan to print it, that'll give that a lot more structural integrity. And it fills in the silhouette. Because right now this looks a little bit like a tiny flower petal. And they're more robust. The leaves are a little bit more robust. They're almost succulent-y. Especially in the traditional sculpture, they're pretty established, thick thing. Because, you don't want the base to look lighter than everything else, right? The base should have a little bit more solidity to it, because everything you hear is very well grounded, and then this just turns into like this little feathery edge. So I'd like to see this a little thicker. But other than that, that is absolutely lovely. It's awesome work. Beautiful. Any questions? Is that Felix? Oh. That's very true. What are we learning?
So a person asked, what's the best advice you have for people just trying to learn to sculpt? So someone new to ZBrush.
Yeah, just copy is the first thing, and don't do things that are too complex. Pick a handful of tools. Well, actually, if you're just first starting, go through a ton of tools that feel like just scratch on a ball until you get to a point that you like the things you have. I use clay tubes for 99%, 98% of what I do. And I think that's a really good tool to start with, because it allows you to establish lines easily without having to cut everything in. So if you're sculpting, I usually establish my forms with clay tubes because it has this lovely little sharp edge. And so, I can create edges with that. And then the other thing that's nice about it is that, see how it acts like a layer instead of build-up? Where this is a clay build-up tool. Every time you stroke, it gets higher. You see? So it's very easy to lose control with clay build-up. So clay tubes I like the best because it allows me to define overages and unders and then create layers easily. And I have that sharp edge to kind of cut, form, and delineate with. So I would say just sculpt on a ball or something until you feel comfortable with how your pressure, rotation, and stuff works, and then decide what your tool palette is, and then just copy stuff. Start with simple shapes like a hammer or something like that, but make it exact, right? And make it as exact as you can, because then, and why I say that is because you can, if you're copying things or using reference that you actually try to get correct, you have something to judge yourself against. Because if you're just creating stuff, it's like this guy, it's like, oh, well, let's say his hands were bigger, right? So they were out of scale with the body. Well, who's to say that's wrong? I mean, look, he has a bug head, right? I mean, well, bugs have bigger feet, right? Where if you're trying to do it where you're trying to match human proportions, then you can measure it and know that you're wrong. And being able to see where you are wrong and correct eventually gets those proportions in your head. And then you can choose to break the rules, but you're doing it. So copying and just never quitting, just sculpting is going to be the best thing you can do. And never worry about making garbage. I mean, we all make garbage. I make garbage every day. And I throw it away or undo it, or nothing's precious, right? Don't be afraid to start over. At the same time, don't just give up on everything. It's just continue to do. Just constant doing is the number one way of doing it.
Cool.
All right.
And since we have so many files, do you want me to ask questions from the audience that aren't necessarily related to what you're currently doing or showing?
If they're, might as well. I mean,
Okay.
And then I can just like demo on the bottom of this or something like that if there's a relevant question that, or you know what I mean, not necessarily relevant. You understand what I'm
Okay. The relevance is the part I want to know your stance on.
I don't know.
All right, I'll just ask him.
Yeah, I have no clue. I can't even think. All right.
So next up is Alex, and I believe you have that file.
Yep.
And I want
Right.
to say this is a piece we've seen before. Yeah, a couple times.
Yeah. Okay, so once again, well, let's measure this. W, Y, Y. There we go. Oh no, you're fine. As I say, it looked a little thick on the side, but not so much. I'd still say that these ears might be just a touch too low. Wrong direction. That's it. Come, no, that's just not going to do it for me. Okay, fine. You're going to be a pain. We're going to get rid of you. Oh my God. There's so many different tools to train. Like, I have a Space Mouse Enterprise at home that I've been trying to get all my things in the right place, and I have a little Space Mouse here, but this doesn't have the tools, and I keep forgetting what tool I have going on here and why. And I'm just like, argh. So either get these above the finger rail a little. I would say that that's still a fairly dangerous point. And so the other option you can do, hold on, come on, turn symmetry off. And this is always a safe bet, and it's the one that I tend to choose more often, is, and once again, I'm not being super careful here, is get this to be in touch with the body of the ring, so it's protecting the body yet getting the silhouette that you want, because these things are just going to tear people apart. Anytime you have a big pointy thing pointing at the body, you're going to hurt someone. And yet again, with the teeth or with the fangs, these just floating out here, you're going to destroy every shirt and sweater that you ever wear with this. So just as far as wearability goes, I would probably bring these in where they're touching. One second. And you can still sort of get the there and back sort of thing, but I would definitely have it touch, because that is going to damage someone, and that's just not good. So you can see that we haven't really changed the look that much, but I made it thicker so it could actually cast, and then have it touching just so it's not a death trap. So once again, your ears and your fangs are death traps, and they will draw blood. So figure out a way to either get it to touch, or from the back, you can always do this. And this is the solution I use probably 90% of the time. And that is, turn back face masking on that for a minute. You can fill up the backside and have it thick at the base. And thin at the top. and just have it taper. I'm just going to grab and move. You can see by doing this, you just tune it to what view you want it from. It looks like you have this big floating ear out there, but at the end of the day, what you have is this nice soft backside that is not a point, right? So that is the one thing I use this a lot because, you know, from here, you'll never see it. It's not a thing. And if you take it, where's twist? If you twist a lip on there, so you get that nice bright reflective edge. In the exact same way I say you don't want to do that, like in the muscles of that calf that we were just looking at, here it does do that. It does separate it, and it does make it look off. And so from back here, see how you're seeing that reflective edge, and that's just something. And if this were in silver, that's going to be tarnished, and you'll get a little beading, but it won't be bright. And so that's another way to have it drop back. So fill in those points, have these hooks touch, and be a little thicker. And I would say you're definitely getting there. I would be a little more careful when you're texturing, because see how this just comes up and over, but you still have this line sort of separating it there. So keep that veiny texture, and you know, that separates it so it doesn't look like you just slapped an alpha on top of everything.
I think that leads into a question from Andhinapet. My models usually lack details. What advice can you give me on that?
Well, what kind of model? I mean, like figurative stuff, or I mean, that's a tricky question. Like, you know, if it's mechanical, it's like put more panels in. You know, I would say how I deal with details and what I'm always looking for is, and it's another reason I use clay tubes when I block up. Here, let's divide. So, whoa, no, we don't need to go that high. Stop it. I get happy on that divide button now. And we can blame Henry. It's completely Henry's fault.
That's fine.
Because I had a machine for a couple minutes that I could do sculpt easily on 100 million poly models. And I proceeded to make a lot of 100 million poly models. So normally I have my Z intensity set low. And with clay tubes, as I'm... That was weird. Okay. As I'm sculpting, I'm always trying to define sort of division areas, figure out what's going over and what's going under, and I'm always putting on like just a lot of strokes. And this is how I do it. I know Ash has a way of, she will stretch a model that's fairly low poly out and get it to distort, and then she'll dynamesh it together, and it retains all that tension in it. So that's another good way of doing stuff. You know, it completely depends on what the model is, but literally this is how I go about it. I start laying things in, and then I start to see divide lines or patterns that I like as I'm laying lines on, and I lay lines on sloppy, right? I just keep building and building. And so now I kind of feel like that's happening, and then, okay, that's going behind that, and then, you know, so how I find my details is out of my forms as I'm building my forms up loosely. But, you know, it completely depends. You know, I think that blocking up roughly allows you to find moments where you can change your surfaces, and you can have something that's very smooth, right? And still has transitional geometry. Hold on, this is Split hidden. I can't even find where anything is on this. No, not right. No, it's up here. Isn't it? Oh, there's nothing hidden. How is there nothing hidden? Oh, they're not at their lowest res. Come on, Sparky. How is that so complicated for you today? Give me a sec. Okay. Let's turn that off. High res. So a lot of times what you're not, so the answer is not just to add more lines or add more bumps. It's to find interesting ways to get light to reflect more complicatedly. So so you know, this, I haven't changed the shape of this square, but what I've done is I've changed how the surface sits. And the more like transitional space and form you have in your surfaces, light will reflect more complicatedly, and in turn it will have more visual complexity because there's more things going on. So before I would get into the habit of, oh, I need detail, so here I'm going to draw lines on it, I would break up my surfaces so you start to get a complex reflection story. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
All right. Yeah, I would say that, so like I did over here, I separated the texture of my ear. You can see here that I didn't do it on this side, right? Just make sure that if you're going to use alphas and you're just going to drag them on, that they make sense. Thicken the tooth, fill in the back of the ear, and I think you're darn close. All right. No, it's not iPad. There's no iPad soft program. You need like an actual computer. It's, yeah. Who's next, sir? Yeah, Ash is awesome sauce. What was that?
Ingvar.
Ingvar Totem.
Oh, Alex is here. The one that you're on right now. So let's wait and see if he has any questions. Or the one that you were just on before I said that. Alex got T minus 30 seconds. They're jumping.
What's that?
They're jumping in Discord.
Oh, man, I feel beat up. Ash, were you kicking me yesterday at some point? I blame Ash. It's like, I didn't do it, I swear. It's okay. It's never really your fault.
Hey, Thomas, can you show us the underside of that ring real quick? You got letters on the back there?
Yeah. It looks like a Kigcedo R. Did I smooth it out?
I think you probably did.
R. Igredo.
Oh, okay.
That's my guess.
Nice little font.
Igredo. Looks like a backwards K. I guess it could be an H.
Hey.
All right, who has the sound on? I can hear myself.
Okay, I am here now. Do you can listen to me?
I guess it could be an H. All right, who has the sound on? I can hear myself.
Okay, I am here now. Do you can listen to me?
Oof. All right, who has the sound on? I can hear myself.
Okay, I am.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, I'm here. So sorry. I am adjusting my audio, and my computer have a reputation, but now I am. It's fine.
Right on.
Okay.
Oh, I see my. Can't. So turn the monitor off or your sound down so we don't hear ourselves because it creates a big echo there.
Oh,
Is that working?
okay.
There we go.
Thank you. Yes, so sorry for my delay. I forget the hour for the critic class.
Good night,
I'm
Ash.
here now. Yep.
Sorry. Ash was leaving. Go ahead.
Okay, I listen to you.
No. That I was just saying goodbye to Ash. You were.
Yes, I try to make more to make all the recommendations that you told me in the past critic class.
Mm-hmm.
I am very close to print this in my printer 3D or see how looks the details. I was talking with Jewelry artist from here that this guy will help me to make the next step for make the materialization in silver for this piece. First of all, I am very happy for talk with you, but you are my inspiration to make this.
Oh, thank you.
And I can see now in YouTube channel I am looking, and I see that you make something modification, but looks more stronger piece, stronger.
So basically, what I said is, one, having this floating is just you're going to destroy every piece of clothing that ever comes anywhere near it, and you're likely to hurt yourself or someone else, right? So by having it touch right here, you can still have the same silhouette, and no one's going to notice, except that now is no longer a floating fish hook.
Okay.
The other thing is that the ears, as they were, sorry, I just pulled that down. You'll see in the replay of the video. What I was saying is that either pull the ear down so it touches, or fill in behind the ear as such. And if you give it like a reflective edge, when you're back out here, it's going to read thin, right? But once again, you haven't created this huge just needle point thing that's going to destroy every piece of clothing you've ever put on. It's going to tear your eyes out if you have allergies, because you're going to do this and it's going to stab you, poke you, make you bleed. So just wherever there are those large protuberances, either fill in behind or get it to come down, and then if that makes sense.
Okay.
And then the only other thing, since you were dragging out your alpha here, if you look on this side, see how it crosses, like the edge of your ear is actually doing this, but this is all just coming over, not as if there is a transition there. Where over here, you can see that all I did was smooth it out just a little touch. There's still that texture back there, still that texture back here, but you're not losing this transition of the ear, right? So just be careful when you're laying in your textures, because you can lose architectural elements by having the veins like go over. Like they're the same here, the same here. They're the same thickness, and so I would have probably done it where I have the bigger detail up here. Hold on, let me just grab standard and I'll pretend.
Perfectly.
Where you have the bigger veins up here, and then since this is behind it, I'd probably have smaller ones. And it's just the implication of scale and distance. So things that are farther away are smaller. So you're sort of forced perspective, giving something that's very shallow a forced perspective and implying depth.
Perfect.
But other than that, I think you're getting there. It's definitely getting there. Now, you know, you can't have this that thin. And see how it's breaking into the finger rail. So what you created are two meat hooks that either when you put the ring on, it's going to skin two nice peels of flesh off, or you're going to put it on and you're going to have to peel your body to get it off. So don't have things that infringe on the ring rail that are thin and sharp. Like these can be thin up here. Right up off the finger.
Perfectly.
Right? Because see that you're going to be able to get your finger out of that. This literally is just a meat blade.
Yes, am I a little dangerous designer maybe?
Yeah. Right, because now just pinching it in so it's not quite so aggressive. You know, it looks the same feasibly, but it's not going to kill you. So I would say that those are the three main issues. The ears, the fangs, and this hole are the issues about wearability. And then I would just be a little bit more careful when you drag out your alphas and think of scale when you're doing it. Hold on, that's standard. I think we have drag. In, is it not? I thought that was a standard alpha. Well, here, we'll just use lines. So if I am trying to have something stand in front of the other, you know, we have big shapes up here. And then you have the smaller shapes down here. And then as you come out, it doesn't look as if you just kind of see how those lines are going from here to here, even though there's a separation of surface there. So just be careful where and how you're laying out your alphas. The other thing you can do is just mask. You know, don't be afraid to mask, and then you can pull out all you want.
Perfect.
And you still have separation. And now you can drag these this way. And you know, you're not breaking that surface line. Or, you know, you're not having a texture that starts here and ends here, you know.
I was trying to repair the teeth, the dangerous teeth using alpha. I saw a better result.
Yeah.
But I need to work more, I see.
Yeah, it's close. It's getting close for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. I look forward to seeing the next iteration.
Yes.
All right. So we were back on Totem.
So sorry. Okay.
Oh, no, you're good. I mean, did you have any other questions? I'm sorry. Hello?
Yes, so sorry, I listen very bad.
Okay. All right, totem. Can you mute your mic or whoever? I'm coming through someone's speakers and we're getting a bad reverb. Hello?
Perfect. Yes, I will put off my microphone now.
Okay,
Thank you
great.
for all.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Thank you, Master. I will hold on, follow you. Okay. Thank you.
Great. All right. Super fun. It's nice. Now, see, this is a place where using the lines, cutting it in, and getting the, like, that doesn't bother me because it's like using a V chisel in a wood sculpture, and that's sort of what the implication here. You know, you have these nice chiseled surfaces, so it looks like a carved object. So in this case, having those just cut in doesn't bother me at all. And they look at, you know, because you do have the layers up front, so it looks like this was a decision, right? And that concept of intentionality is carried through. It's neat. I like it. I think that this got a little soft because we have this really, everything looks like these nice, hard, chiseled forms. And then this ear becomes soft. And I think that SK trim. I think that helps some. And then, unlike back here, I think these are soft. This just got pillowy. And let's use worm cracks. Maybe worm cracks just smaller. Ah, poo. I meant to turn symmetry off. Hold on. Well, so I think because all of this has such nice rigidity, and I understand that you're trying to get a different form function out of the carved mask, but I would still be careful about getting too soft so it looks pillowy. Like, you did a good job with the face, and I think that this got pillowy. I would just come back in here and punch some of this to where it's just a little bit more hard surface, just to give it that feel that this was chiseled, because like this is super nice, and then it just in a couple places you get soft, and I don't know if it's done or not, so you know that may be something that you're still working on. I think I would push some of the facets on these just a touch, just so it has a wee bit, because everything here is so nice and hard on the body, you know. I would crisp these up just so they're in the same vocabulary as the body head mask. Right, they just have a little bit more crispness to them, and they won't lean towards potatoes, but they'll look like this sharp cut niceness. Are they here? Do we know?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. But other than that, I mean, I think that, you know, it looks great. I think you retain a lot of the same feeling throughout the whole thing. And see how this has these nice crisp sharp edges, and even this, which is sort of soft, still has that crisp sharpness, and then these just become super round, and it's such a sharp contrast between the two. It makes them look organic as opposed to carved, so they wind up looking more like potatoes than things that are chiseled out. But other than that, it looks great. And honestly, it still looks great. That's not a yay or nay thing. It's taste. But, alrighty. Looking good. Alright. Who's next, sir?
Mrityunjay.
Boop. Aha. So let's start here. So yet again, I think that these still have some over and under. They're not just rolls. Because what this now looks like is something that's all on the same level, and it has the same size dents, right? We got up and down and up and down and up and down. And these are consistent heights and distances where, you know, the muscles are actually lying flat and these are coming under, and they have like little steps. So I think that, you know, you're sort of working with a bunch of half rounds here as opposed to thinking of them as layers of muscle that all interact. So I would say, hold on, let's turn symmetry off. Mm-hmm. All right, so because in very few places are muscles just half rounds. Okay. That's not what I wanted. And see, with things going over and under one another, you can get like the tensions of the things flowing and going under one another. Where here, this is, you know, 1 tube, 2 tubes, 3 tubes, 4 tubes, as opposed to a muscle set that's going over it. I think that I mean, like, your forms are nice, you know. I mean, it's interesting. You have good shapes. I just think that, and yet again, and see, this is like, okay, it's a bat, so, you know, but he could never raise his arms higher than this because the muscle tension is this wide, you know, or your muscle factors are like here. Where on an arm, right, it all kind of inserts up here, and in turn giving that more flexibility, right? Because this muscle can't stretch all the way up here, like if he were to raise his arms up. Where up here, if it's going like this, the armpit's actually right here, and it's pivoting here, so this muscle isn't stretching, right? If that's the wrist, and you brought the wrist up here, you see what I mean? The pivot point here to, let's make the arm here, and you got about that much. That's a pivot there. So that would have to stretch from there to there. And that's a lot of stretch. Where if your pivot point's here, and you raise your arm, you're only stretching from here to here. So it looks like this is where your shoulder is. All right, so that's your arm if he were to raise his hand, right? Now, if this is where this muscle is inserting, right, it's coming like that. And you're attaching to the arm here, so we draw a circle. And then all of this has got to come all the way up here. So see how big, or see how stretched that pec muscle would have to get to reach that point on the arm? Where if we're doing it like this, and we actually, because remember, your pec muscle actually dives up under this stuff. And then that's connected there. So now, instead of connecting all the way down here on the arm, it's connecting up here under the deltoid. And when that stretches, now all you have is a little bit of stretch. And it's actually even shorter than that because this is inserting up into the armpit. So, you know, this is just crossing over. You only have, you know, that much shift there. So by connecting this down here, you know, you're connecting like here. So this becomes, now if he can't raise his arms higher than that, fine. But no, just think about where things are pivoting, because right now your pecs are coming up and up over the bicep, where the bicep comes up under the pecs, and it's a little different, right? Because your pec actually comes and inserts up in here, and then this inserts up over here, and you can see as that raises up, you have very little movement, really, right? Where here, that would make that a very flexible muscle. Now, once again, it's a monster, so that may be what you're looking for. Just something to think about. And then I would say that, and obviously you haven't done tons of sculpting up here, so we're not going to get too persnickety about it. But I would say that your veins in your wings and just your wing structure is super thick. I think you'd probably be looking at something more in this thickness range. because if you have, you know, look, that is almost as thick as this leg, right? These have got to be thin. These are flight devices. So this is all pretty fragile stuff. So I would just think about literally getting it down to the thicknesses of that red line. And then this is the membrane, the manifold. That is not a manifold. Right? Because in scale, you know, this is as big as his arm. So his wings are as thick as his legs, and he has 3 arms worth of thickness there. So his wings weigh probably, you know, as much as his body. So just, I would say take that into consideration. But your forms and stuff look great. I mean, you're definitely getting there. I would just say your wings are super fat, and just now, like I said, you can say, Tomas, he doesn't raise his arms. Great. So think in layers, not half rounds. Boop, 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 boop. And approach your wing thicknesses. Hands look good. Is he wearing shorts? What is this line? I don't know what this line is. Oh. But definitely seeing you can do this stuff up here as well. Just the round tubes don't read well, especially if you're going to print it. It just doesn't read right. It reads like a very consistent surface, and it has these wavy ridges as opposed to layers. Okay. See you on.
Ready for the next one?
Uh-huh.
Up next is Carrot or Quran.
Mm-hmm. Boop, boop. Did ZBrush just eat it? Sure did. It happens. Yeah. You don't say. All right. Let's try this again. One day I think I'm going to have to go to an allergist. Silhouette's nice. I like your repetitive scratching, that's cute. A knot would probably be sticking out, not carved in. So just think about if that's actually a knot, it's probably going to rise just a touch above the surface and then be sanded down, because knots are harder than the normal wood. So you probably are going to wind up with, come on, you can do it. Something that's probably a little bit more like, see how your knot is inset there. It'd probably be more out, and then cute. Yeah, I don't know how we got that weird line around it. and then cut back in. But the knots are usually harder than the wood, and you want to make sure that you're like you have these distinct long. Oh, goodness gracious! Everything is just so big. All right, you have these veins that are very distinctive, and it continues here, but a knot actually integrates, right? It's going to do. And I mean, I'm obviously not doing super real wood grain here, but your main grains go around or become part of the knot. It's not just something that's planted on. Your fabric wrap looks good. Just make sure that when you're doing wraps like these, or hair, or any of that stuff, right? This intersecting stuff like this, where it cuts into each other, you don't want to do that. You want to make sure that either move topological, they can transition over one another, but they can't cut into one another. So just be clear about your, see like this right here, or did I just do that? Did I just do it? No, that was down here. Turn symmetry off, important. Well, unless it's symmetrical, of course. But like right here, you can see that that wouldn't do that. So either one is going to come up, that's going to come. Right, just make sure these things actually transition. Then that would come under it, or whatever. They just won't be going through each other. That's a telltale issue. Also here, your wood grain is coming over and through. Make sure that's not happening. And then here, you can't have that airspace in there, right? Because I mean, this is something that's holding this on. It's not going to be floppy. So make sure that these are mushed up against. Ooh. Well, now that is interesting. Okay, yeah, fine. That wasn't the answer. Come on. Move elastic. Get bigger. So that means this would be pinching. Right, that's got to be there can't be gapping in there. That's got to be surface tension, or it's not holding anything on. And so move. Because also under tension, if there's not something under this that's making it curve, those are going to be pretty darn straight because they're under tension, right? So just, it's hard to do it at this point. Here, let's hide these. Let's go to you. Oh, the surface texture is going to be weird. That's what I get for not paying attention. Wait for program to respond. Come on, you can do it. Control Z. Let's use topological. Gonna draw a line like that. Gonna draw a line like that. Okay. How are none of those lines intersecting? Weird. I love it when things come together. Curve function. Curve function, delete. All right, I'll draw it on, fine. You got to remember that it's purely surface tension, right? So that's going to be tight there. It's going to get thinner in here. And then it's going to get kind of thicker there. You're probably going to have these Y shapes. So if you actually look at some axe wraps, take a look at them, and there's a lot more tension in them. And there can't be airspace, otherwise it just flops off. The other thing here, I would say, and I understand this is supposed to be, engraved, right? But I would still define layers in the sense of all of the stuff that's background. Because once again, you've drawn all of this in, and I get it, it's supposed to be linear engraving. But because it's drawn in and all the lines are the same thickness, the image gets confused and you lose your image. Where if you at least separate your little groover from its background, and here we're going to do it with this guy too. And you can see by giving it a little bit of separation or a little bit of depth in there, the items that are the detail stand off from the background as opposed to it all just blending together in one shot. So I would say give that at least some sort of layering there. So you get good detail. Otherwise, I mean, like this line is the same as that line. If you're bound and determined to have everything the same level, I would definitely do the definition with texture then. What's going on? Oh. I don't know what. Stop. I don't know what we just did. Cute. And let's just give this. All right. And here again, we are going bigger, smooth this out. Where's Lazy Nozumi? Come on, you. Oh. I didn't upload that. Do you see the preset toolbar anywhere? I don't. Am I blind? Oh, yes I am. It's right here. I'm like, I'm not seeing that toolbar. But control 1. Boop-de-doo. Get you. Turn you on. And I'll stick with your angle. And turn you off for a second. Get my brush size the right size. So I'm just roughly making these half the size you had them. So you can see that my lines are thinner. And by making the lines thinner, I separate by the thickness. Because see, the lines behind it, the lines in front, the lines in the all your lines are the same thickness. I'm assuming this is an alpha from an illustration. And the problem is when everything's on the same layer and all the lines are the exact same thickness, in an image that's okay. But in a sculpt, it makes everything look chaotic. And in fact, here, it's actually making, this is your detail, right? It's sort of like, I'm just going to draw it out here. It's sort of a serpentine thing. But if you notice, the clear spots actually look like they're standing on top because that surface literally is higher than most of the surface of the detail in this area. So because of your knots, right, this is on top. That's the background. So knock that back and give your snake, eagle, thingy, dragon room to be on top and be compelling. But the wood looks great. The wrappings look good. Looks great. Here.
We had a comment, so you can muddy the background stuff just a little bit?
You can. I mean, like on something like this, I would probably not make this a linear texture. I would probably have made the background of this noise, only because of how you've done the dragon's detail is so linear. Another solution to this could be boop, boop. And let's smooth that out. Clayton, here, that is way too big, Tomas. What did you just do? I want to get that in just so we still have a frame. Clay tube. So knock this back a touch. Just to get that little reflective lip. And then
Back.
form.
Polygroups and just use noisemaker.
Oh, you could use it. I never use noisemaker. Yeah, I guess noisemaker is an option. All right, fine. Noisemaker. I gotta get used to using noisemaker. I can never get it to, and it's purely just me being a ding dong. Surface, noise, noise scale small. Like I can never get these to work. Where's just noise? Yeah, see. I assume one of you know how to use this, so like I said, I never use it, so I don't. Is it strength? Oh, I'm looking completely in the wrong place. Where's preview? Isn't there a preview button? I'm always looking on it here. What do we have over here? Noise scale. Okay. Where's apply to mesh? Boom. That's a little too much, but yeah, that's the idea, I guess. And see, that's going to allow that to pop some too. So yes, that is an option. It's so funny, I always do that by hand. One day I'll learn to remember to use noisemaker. One day I'll figure out how to use patterns with noisemaker. Ooh, it'll be so exciting.
Oh Lord.
Yay.
Whole life.
Yeah, I hear that there's a really good video about how to use it out there. Eric's like, you're a jerk. You never look at my videos. One day I'll have the internet, Eric. I promise. All right. Yep. Other than that, it looks great. It has a nice shape. It has a lot of character. You know, it's thinner. You have the taper in. Your texture is the right size. I would just say make your straps a little bit more natural with some real tension. The holding on straps. And get some layers in that engraving just so you have some reflectivity that looks interesting. All right. I got the yawn. Sorry, guys.
I'm furious.
I can tell. Who's next?
Timur.
It says Kame Master, but I think it's a Kami hamster, right? I'm kind of hoping for a hamster. Oh, no hamster.
I'm guessing that's their Twitch name or YouTube name.
I know. I was being hopeful. All right, let's get rid of paint.
Hey, do you work at ZBrush or Pixologic?
Nope. I do not work for Pixologic. Even though I do, I mean, we've had a good relationship with Pixologic for decades, but no, I'm not an employee. I only think 2 or 3 of the streamers are employees. Most of us are just artists who work with ZBrush and choose to share our time and our energy with you. Lovely. A hego. The wings are really nice. They're simple, but you did them in layers, so it's very clear what's going on. Even though your feathers don't go all the way up, there's no question whatsoever what's happening. Because see, you have some of these that are going in the right direction. These are going in the right direction. So the implication of overlay is very clear, works very well. Your hair is nice. All right, so let's get, where are the wings? All right, let's hide the wings for a minute. Your horns are great. Actually, the horns are really nice because they have a nice soft fluidity to them, but they still feel hard. Success there. I would say that you don't want your hair and your horns crossing over quite that much. At least without the hair reacting. Right, see, the hair isn't being bunched by the horns. So I would say that you probably want your horns to have just a touch more room there. Where's my move brush? Interesting. Okay, there we go. Now both of them move? No, okay, good. It's like sometimes I get sloppy handed and I eliminate brushes. So let's take a fairly big brush and let's just get this out a little. And so if you're not going to make the hair react to the horns, pull the horns out from the hair even just a touch. And you may not want that airspace, so just get it to where it's barely touching, so from all angles you see a return. And that will be good. Yeah, I think you just need a little bit more work here, with the hair going around the horns, but you're definitely getting there. So let's hide the horns too. Let's get up here. Okay. Tile the base. I would say the hands are just a little small, but because you're dealing with someone that's demure, that might not be an issue. It also makes the face a little bit more prominent, so I wouldn't say it's too much of an issue. The face anatomy is really tight. That's good. your hair looks great. It really ties the character in. Looks good. When you get done with the hair, just make sure these intersections really work where the hair is going around the objects. Your gloves look nice. Your anatomy's good. Your little spider web, diamond pattern thing. It's up off the fabric. Now, you may have a reason for that, but if, you know, unless there's a specific reason for that, like for rendering, you know, if it's up and off, it might cast a better shadow or something like that. But like if you were going to print or something, I would probably pull this down where it was intersecting the torso. The facial expression's great. Your tongue's good. You're not forcing the face. Now it's not, you know, the also is very dramatic, right? I mean, this is a very calm version. Like you're not getting some of the extreme facial characteristics of that characterization, right? She's pretty placid about it all, you know, as opposed to really being in the throes, right? So that's just something to consider, that if you do want that drama of what the ego is, you may want to punch the expressions in the face just a little bit more, because right now it's very smooth and it's very calm. And that may be what you're shooting for, because you also have these nice wings, and it's sort of this placid, you know, crying blood sort of calmness. But your fabric curves are nice. Your seam in your gloves actually looks good. You may want to just do a quick, come on. It's cut in well, but you may want to just run over it a touch lightly with pinch. And it raises those two lips just a touch, right? Instead of it being flat, it kind of makes this silhouette, and it gives you have a nice inside reflection there, but it sort of tightens it up into a seam, and it gives you two slightly different reflective surfaces, and it seems a little bit more attached then. So you might want to consider doing that. These aren't reading super cut in, so 6 one way, half dozen the other, really. Yeah, it looks great. Did I lose it? Yeah, I guess. That gives your color a bit more. Yeah, because normally the eyes are rolled up farther in the head. That's what I'm saying. It's a pretty placid. But it's lovely. It's great. 2 thumbs up. All right.
Yeah, very cool piece.
What's next? Were there any
Up
questions or?
No, Ramfo, if I'm pronouncing that right, the very first one we did, just got here and said thanks. But up next we have Andrew Telisk.
Yeah, guys, if it seems like I'm taking less time on everyone's parts, I'm trying to be a little bit streamlined because this is only the first download, this list right here. There, skipping last week, there are a lot of people who are waiting. So if you feel like I went through your review too quick, feel free to ask any questions. And you can ask when you come if you missed it or whatever. But I'm trying to stay on top of this so Henry doesn't yell at me.
We've got 23 files so far.
And that's a lot.
That's a lot.
It reminds me, what's the creature from Warrior of Mars, Princess of Mars, King of Mars? Really, come on. It's a bad brain day. Seriously, you don't know who I'm talking about? Henry, help me here.
Oh, Lord, no. Mm-mm.
Ugh, you're not very helpful at all.
Talking about the six-legged panther cat thing.
Yeah, what is that thing called?
I cannot remember for the life of me the name of
John
it.
Carter. That's at least we got that far.
Oh, John Carter, yeah.
But well, no, I was also I can't remember the name of his buddy. All right. So he's looking. So is this intended to be a toy? Are these moving parts? Are these joints? No, hold on. Sorry, I can't see in that. It kills me. There we go. Is this person here by any freaking nature? No.
I don't think so.
All right, so let's do this. Let's do that. Come on. Why are you? Oh, it has deformation layers. Okay. Boom. Hide the lines. Give me my colors. No. I think it might just be how you went about building it. Okay. So if it's not going to be a toy, I think that your separations should probably be a little bit more integrated. And I understand this is, you built it in parts and, you know, I don't know where exactly, you have a lot of texture on it for it to be early on in the process though, because I don't understand these rings, because this makes it, if this is not armor or something that it's wearing, right? I think these separations are very extreme. And like, I don't, your texture changes from here to here, where if it were a lizard, it's a basilisk, it's not a lizard. But, you know, snakes, lizards, dragons, basilisk, I seriously doubt that you would have a change of texture here in the pelvic region. So I don't quite understand this line right here, especially since you sort of smoothed out the texture. So there's this clean break right here, and I have no idea why. And it's not breaking from the whole tail. It's just, right, you get, right, if it were a plate or something in that vein, you would probably have a separation here. Layers. Bake all. Right, you would probably have a break there, because if there's no break there and this is a hard structure, you know, there's no bending. So, like I said, I understand if you constructed it that way, so you're trying to make it, you know, and if it's going to be a toy, you know, this is the pivot point for the tail, and then these are hinged, and that's why there are these lines. But I still think that you're going to be happier if you come in and these actually seem like intersections instead of or define it as armor or something it's wearing. Right, because now we're starting to get a little bit more anatomical. Right, it's not just this huge crack, like, I don't know what that, right, you know, this just seems to be the scale to belly scale pattern area. And then you get this hard surface stuff going on. So I think, well, let's just put it this way. I need a better explanation of why that's happening as such. Because it looks like a lizard sweater. Right, you know the sweaters you put on your dogs in the cold. It looks like he has a little winter lizard sweater. And I know that these are great shapes and I use them all the time, but this is an anatomical, or you know, this is a creature. So I wouldn't put swirls in things. You can imply a swirl, you know, by how this comes in, you know, let's say that's a ridge and it kind of comes in, and then this sort of is like almost like a hip bone shape. But for the most part, animals don't have swirls, even fancy schmancy fantasy ones. And here again, I think you're going to be better served with layers, because yet again, I mean, you have V's, but it's still sort of the half round issue, and that is all of these are the exact same depth and height, right? And so what that does is it allows, when we get back here, you don't see the go away. All you see is this linear, and it just becomes these straight lines. They're not swirls, they're not layers, they're not. Here, let's go to this real quick. Come on, I want you. And we're gonna hide everybody else. I'm gonna duplicate this. Because see, it's the same thickness, and you just sort of groove these in. And they have a good rhythm. But look at this compared to, let me, and my harumphing isn't frustrations or anything. My allergies are going off and I can't breathe. So I don't want me going to make anyone think that I'm getting frustrated. It's purely I can't breathe. The only reason I say that
It's
is
overrated. Breathing's overrated.
it really is. You know, I don't
You're
know.
fine.
I don't know why all these people are so into it. The only reason I say that is because I have to edit that noise out of every one of my videos, and I exhale at the end of my sentences just to continue to breathe. So it's a physical habit that I know is there, and it's not necessarily good, but I can see where in critiques it could sound like I'm getting frustrated. I'm not. I am struggling not to suffocate. All right, so So instead of these just being V's, if you have, and I'm going to simplify this a little so I'm not just resculpting the whole thing. You have a high side, let's say here. I'm going to fill in behind that. And so instead of it being a V and a V and a V, I'm going to make some of these scoops. And some of these rounds. Scoops. Mm-hmm. But instead of making them even, I'm giving them some weight on one edge and having that edge go back and behind another edge. SK clay. Clay fill coming behind.
And that was SK cloth you did that with?
The ridge, that outside edge,
Mhm.
yeah, that was SK cloth.
I would have expected you to use
Twist.
twist, yeah.
Well, I don't want it to necessarily have a sharp edge. I just want it to have because it's more like a foil that's fanned in, and I'm trying to do something a little more subtle than the V cuts there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to show that I don't want those edges necessarily to be what we're talking about. I want this surface right here to be what we're talking about. This surface, not steps. You still need steps, but I'm trying to show in this particular little point that you can come back here. And let's get the head on. And just by having interesting transitions in different depths, you get a lot of motion in that, where if we turn that off and we go here, see how they're all the same. They have these lines are all roughly the same thickness and depth. And so it looks like these lines, it just looks like these linear lines, and that's not as visually interesting as something that has transitional forms. So especially with something that's supposed to be a frill or something that's meat, right? Because technically that's membrane. Don't make everything the same. Think about them as transitional surfaces, and you'll get a much more interesting form than just grooved in. And then if you really want these to roll over, that's when you can start to use twist. And I'm going to use twist slightly larger than I normally would. We're going to start back here with nothing, and we're going to come back in and make it deeper towards the outside edge. Nothing. Deeper towards the outside edge, deeper towards the outside edge, deeper towards the outside edge. So they're not the same thickness the whole time. You have transition. And then you come back in. Clay fill, come back. Flatten it towards the inside, because it usually is a flat membrane that as it goes out, it's splaying, and when it's soft, it comes in. So it's like a soft fan, right? So really in here, you don't have nearly as much transition distance as you do out here. And then if you are doing that, where you definitely have waves, right? See how this is flat? Well, if you have trenches this deep, these aren't going to be flat. They're actually folding over one another. And that gives you sort of this thing going on. And so they can be deeper and thicker out here. But as they get closer to the body, they tune out, and then you're also getting your waviness on the outside edge. If it is that wavy, obviously on the back side, you do need to represent that waviness. And then you need to fill it up so it looks like steps, not lines. But I think that that might help. So break it up so it's not just ridges. Tell me what the lizard sweater is. Right, it just looks like one of those doggy sweaters. But other than that, like, it's interesting. The forms are nice. They're just a handful of design decisions that I question. Doggy sweater. Your frill is a little too even. I mean, the face is nice. You know, details are nice. Oh yeah. Why do the belly scales change? Yeah. I think that's that. Any questions?
We've got some unrelated questions if you want to shake it up a little bit.
Let's do that.
How do you add prongs in ZBrush? Do we just make cylinders, or is there another way?
That's all I do. Cylinders, or honestly, often, here, we'll put prongs on the belly. Often, if the move elastic, if you hold down Alt and drag out, hello, are we on this? Have we switched? We have, okay. Hold down Alt, touch, and drag. It drags out. Often that's literally what I'll do. Like if I have my stone and it's just sitting like here, often all I'll do is come in, drag it out, drag it out, drag it out, drag it out. And then just to get them all even, I'll take trim front and knock everyone off at trim front. Obviously, this is not flat, square, or round, but, you know, that'll then give me, you know, a regular height. And then I come back, do my cutter and all of that. Did that help? Or I also have just floating prongs in different shapes. So if it's something I'm doing from the initial block up, and I want to see the different kinds of seats, I have like a base seat model that's really, really low poly that I can move to different shapes and stuff. And yeah, that's covered in a video.
So, this is always a fun question. Should we make prongs for pave setting or just holes for the stones?
None of the above. If you have a real stone setter, the last thing in the world they want is for you to tell them where those stones go. It's just, it's one of the largest frustrations on the planet of pave setters, or at least the ones that I've met and know. And that is, you know, and you may even know a little bit about it, but you know nothing about setting pave. And pave, they raise the prongs, and that's why it's so nice and shapely. You know, they take that setting or it's not a chisel. What's the little chisel called?
A flex shaft?
No, just like it's like a graver's tool. Jeez Louise.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I haven't really been sleeping for the last few days, and I'm a little bad brain day here. I'm having a hard time with words. They're just gonna they're gonna drill, raise the prongs. They'll probably go by in space, but I know a lot of pave setters that only do the first bit, and now they have a rhythm. They'll come in, they'll tap the next row, tap, 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 raise, 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 tap, 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 raise, raise, raise. And so, honestly, I don't know a pave setter in the world that wants you to do any of that for them. I mean, that's really communicating with your setter too, right? Because a setter may want you to put, let's say it has to be mechanically square, right? They may want you to put little dots, slightly inset dots at 3 millimeters. Problem is that there's shrinkage. And if they really need 3 millimeters and you put all those little dots in there and you don't know what your average shrinkage is on the part, you've now just jammed them. Because when you're dealing with, a 0.8 millimeter stone to a 2 millimeter stone, a tenth of a millimeter, well, that's 1/8 the size of a small pave stone, right? So now you've completely screwed your setter because your spacing is not real life spacing after shrinkage of the part. So, I mean, like, if you work in a shop and you know your shrinkage on the part and it has to be mechanically exact, you might have a pave setter that wants you to put the indents for the drill, but yeah, I don't know any pave setter in the world that wants you to do that because shrinkage blows it. Unlike setting a single 8 millimeter stone, what's half a tenth of a millimeter, or 100th of a mil or whatever. But, when you're dealing with something that's 0.6 mil and let's say it's even 100th of a millimeter off. Well, over 10, you're now a tenth of a millimeter off. And now a tenth of a millimeter is 1/8 of the size of the stone. So now everything's sitting on top of each other. So it makes no sense to do it beforehand. Now, if you have 3 things that are 3 millimeters and they have prongs, well, sure, you can do that. But yeah, no, for the most part, nobody in the world wants you doing that.
Agreed. What are the best tips for modeling Blizzard-style weapons or props?
So like, yeah, that's almost like Warhammer style miniatures, I would assume, I would do them in, because those are the ones that are like real super simple, like one graved, spiral and a battle axe or something like that. I would do them in, I do all my block up. I would do all my block up in ZModeler. And then, depending, I'd build them separately, because the one thing about that is that your intersections are so clean and all that Blizzard stuff and that Warhammer stuff, do them separately. And I know that's rare because I tend to do everything together. And before you start to sculpt, here, let me. Boop, boop, ba-doop, boop. Move points, infinite XYZ. You know, get your silhouette. I'm sure you have images or sketches of what you want it to be like. The one thing I would say, insert alt, get rid of that, get rid of, nope, I didn't get rid of anything, alt, okay, W, get it to be roughly the thickness you want. And this is probably going to be where it attaches, so this stuff can get thinner. There you go, you have your basic shape. So the one thing I would say before you start sculpting is, because they're all very clean, flat forms, is turn smooth off, divide it a few times, turn smooth on, and then divide it. And you can see that you still have a pretty crisp shape there. And then I would come in and start to do my sculpting. Turn symmetry on. I want Z. And now, because you haven't rolled over those edges super dramatically in your smoothing process, you can keep that sort of crispness that a lot of those designs are, if I'm thinking correctly. And then trim dynamic. Give it a little. Come back over with SK trim, sharpen those edges up. Put your V, your little sketch marks in it. Lower res. Get rid of this little gink in here. High res. And then I would start, yeah, you're going to need a little bit more division than that. And this is where, when I say do them in separate parts, you may want to start in this process here. What am I trying to do? Let's do extract. Right, and then split. No, have to accept it. Accept. Split. Part where. Wow, it's such a tiny screen. Split the parts. And then when you're doing physical detail, like let's say that spiral that I think every Blizzard weapon has. you will want to do this before you put those little scar marks in. Mm. Mm. Mm-mm. I would do it in steps instead of trying to sculpt them. Do them as steps because they're super clean. You probably need more resin. Well, maybe not. Right, you know, you don't get a lot of play. They're very linear steps. So if you do it where you're pulling it out, you're going to have to come back in. Whoa, that is not it. Come on. And I probably wouldn't like sculpt on it. Like if I'm going to try to repair this, I'm going to use slide instead of clay tubes or something like that. And that way that layer is consistent and it remains cartoony. You know, it doesn't have a lot of surface interest. So with slide, I would come back in and tune my forms up, not sculpting on the surface. And if you need little detail, your layer tool is also a really useful tool for this kind of stuff, right? And come in and make, you know, your little wonky pattern, but it's still very cartoony and flat. So keep things basic, flat, you know, 4 centimeters by 1 millimeter thick.
A 1 millimeter thick thing that is 4 to 5 centimeters long.
Are you trying to make miniatures? Or is that
No,
a piece of
jewelry.
jewelry?
That would be incredibly hard to print or cast.
That would be super hard. Well, it wouldn't be that hard to print if you just printed an angle, but you're going to have a ton of supports. It would be very hard to print clean. Let's put it that way. 1 millimeter thick is just really thin for anything. You can have something that's going to be 1 millimeter thick as long as you have like veins on the back of it or something like that, in the sense of you had places, channels for the metal to move through it. Because your problem is going to hit and it's going to go, and if you don't have extreme overcast or overpressure, it's not going to reach out. I mean, you know, I've seen people cast mesh, right? So if you have a good casting machine, lots of things can happen. But yeah, that's tricky. That's very tricky. You're like, and I only want 1 3 millimeter sprue.
So what you're going to do is you're going to log into Rio Grande and you're going to order yourself some wire.
Right. And you're going to roll it out. You're going to get a rolling mill and you're going to roll that. Yeah, I think you'd be a hard pressed to get that to work. Well, I mean, you know, once again, the thing about if you get into 2 or 3 millimeters, you can get sprues in, right? So like if you have your tree connecting, you know, you can run a 3 millimeter tip and you're going to be able to get a lot more, right? You're not just trying to get it in and have it spread. You're going to be able to hit different points and get metal going into that flat surface. I mean, okay, well, it's 4 centimeters long. It's 1 millimeter thick. How wide is it? Did I miss that?
I was just assuming 1 millimeter round, but they didn't say.
Yeah, why are you casting a wire?
That's what I pictured in my head. Just casting a wire.
Yeah, that's what they have drawing plates for. It doesn't matter what ash is left from the protoactive urethane when you can compress it out of existence.
We were talking about casting with vacuum overpressure versus just, normal casting or vacuum casting.
Well, overpressure has some things that are distinctly different, especially if you have a good overcasting machine, because what it'll do. So what happens is you have thermal expansion, and then also, your metal goes in, and then it starts to shrink, right? You're literally shrinking. So what happens with a lot of the overcasting machines now is that it'll get in, it'll settle, and they'll give it like that half a second, 2 seconds, whatever it is, and then it'll pump it again, and that allows it I'm being very melodramatic because it's not this thick, but think of it as that, because a lot of times, basically, once again, melodrama. What happens is, think of something that is like a balloon inside a shape, right? And if you have all these like little dingly things, and it goes up, it presses in, and then as it's cooling, it sort of pulls away from the surface. And then what the overcasting machines often do is they'll give it a second push, and it's already starting to cool on those outside edges. So when it jams it up and in there, you get sharper surfacing, basically. Like they have all these, like some of them have like rhythms, and some of them have, but I mean, it's all happening like that. So it's, some of the new overcasting machines are pretty dramatically cool.
Yeah, you'll see the model that Dave and I have been talking about.
Oh, okay.
It's well, I'm not sure we'll get to it today because he's pretty far down the list. But it's a very interesting model with a lot of sort of filigree type design. There's a lot of just stuff intersecting other stuff and a lot of hollow areas in between. And I'm not sure the scale of it. But Dave is convinced they need vacuum overpressure to get a good casting with no porosity. And I think that's not true. I think it would help. I think it'd be much easier.
Yeah, it'd be much easier. You don't need it. In fact, God, I wish I could remember the name of the machine that we had at Green Lake. It's an Italian.
Probably a Newtek.
No, it was like a Figioni. It had
Galoni is the one Dave wants.
It might be a Galoni. Maybe. Is it horribly expensive?
Yeah, they won't even pay the prices on their website.
Yeah. It's probably a Galoni. And what's so funny is that it was actually designed to throw trees of, it could take a big flask. And when you put like a single ring flask in it, it would throw so hard that it would blow the backside of the molds out. So, would the Galoni fill that flat? Oh yeah, without a doubt. But they literally had to weld a plate onto the back of where it was because it kept throwing the metal through the mold, because the mold was too small, or the flask was too small for that machine. So just make sure if you're going to, a centrifugal machine, they're impressive. And the nice thing about that one is you could still vacuum it, so it was inert, right? So you could still cast things like palladium and things like that without having drama. So you can get a centrifugal machine that still has inert environments.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the new overpressure machines are just so easy. You're like, boop, it works. What was the endotherm? Endotherm has a number of small vacuum overpressure machines, and like they advertise that they can cast mesh and stuff. So you can't get more filigree than a mesh. And I mean, they show it. I've never cast a mesh, but that'll fill pretty much anything. I've heard they're good machines. I don't really know anyone who has one. They have a really cute little desktop one. It's really adorable. It's like a cylinder like this. And then to gauge it, it has a handle and you roll it and it tilts. It's cute. I like it. I don't know anyone who's ever used one, but I like the idea of it. If it only had LEDs, it'd be awesome.
You know?
Can we get
Programmable.
Can we get IQ lighting for inside the chamber?
Yeah, we can once.
All right. Who's next? Where are we?
Next up is Harsh. And I believe this is when you're going to have to go back and download some.
Is whom?
Harsh.
Hirsch? ABC.
I think that was one of the ZPRs
right
that
here.
got submitted.
Oh, you've already changed them. You're awesome sauce. Look at you go.
Now they're all combined in there together, so I don't know which ones you have or don't have. You might just want to download.
I'm just
one
going
at
to
a
do
time.
them one at a time because these shouldn't take long.
And then you don't have to deal with unzipping either.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave you with a question, then I've got to run for 2 seconds. Do you make your prints a small percentage larger than the target size to deal with shrinkage, with regards to rings specifically?
If it's important, right? So like most of my designs, like, because I was doing like kind of beefier rings, if you grind out a 0.5 millimeter off either side, who cares? There's plenty of thickness there. So I would just do things in one full size and I'd just grind it to shape, right? So if you're doing tiny settings and they have to be exact, maybe, but I think that this is this modern fallacy of how accurate jewelry is. The Scythians were taking camel fat torches and blowing it on camel fat and granulating it in, and they made some of the most exquisite things in the universe. I mean, the Scythian gold is just, it doesn't get much nicer than that. And I honestly, truly, and I get kickback from this all the time and people fight. Here's where it makes a difference. Okay. If you're making one piece, I think it is complete absurdity to be worried about that. Because, you're going to get 2 to 3.5% shrinkage on normal things. Now, there are some of the white gold alloys and stuff that shrink like 7 or 8%. Yeah, you're going to have to deal with that, right? And I would just always do a test part, cast it, put a caliper on it, measure it, change my model, and go. But under normal circumstances, it's BS. No one cares. You're going to grind it out. The stone setter's going to grind it out. I mean, if you have 0.5 millimeter prongs, yeah, that could be a problem, but that's going to be a problem no matter what, so as long as everything's sort of a little bit beefier, who cares? Because the stones are going to be ground out. No one's just going to snap stones in your setting. They're going to take a setting burr, they're going to cut it, then they're going to take a setting, either a setting tool or a hammer tool, and it's going to go brup, 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 and they're going to set it. Where accuracy does make a difference is if you're mass producing thousands of parts, because you don't want to have to come in and grind each one out. You want to throw it in a tumbler. You don't want to look at it. You want to come back and you want to have your setter just kick it in. You don't want to resize every ring. So if you're mass producing, yeah, it makes a difference, but then you're going to cast a piece. Actually, I would cast 4 or 5 pieces, measure them, get the average percentage shrinkage, and then change my model. But on a one-off, or if I'm making 3 or something, nah, no way I'm going to do it. Like I said, it completely depends on if it's an issue. You know, if it's a 3 millimeter ring, losing a 0.5 millimeter is a big deal. I don't make very many 3 millimeter rings, you know, so it's not 90% of the time, it's not something I'd worry about. But if it's thin and it has to be precise for some reason, let's say they're not going to use a setter, they're going to snap the stones in, so it damn well better be right. Cast one and measure it, because there's no universal answer, because depending on what the alloy is, depending on what the size of it is it thick? Does it go to thick to thin to thick? Or is it all one exact size? Or is it just super fat and super thin? All of those shrink differently, right? Because you got to think, the super big ring, the top of the ring is going to still be hot when the band is already cooled down. So that's going to pull and distort as it melts. So your thicknesses, your alloys, there's no just universal answer for that. I would say 90% of the time, a burr in one format or another is going to get you out of any issue you have. The only time I would say accuracy is important or that kind of accuracy is important, is if you're making metal molds, you know, you want to make sure that your model is exact, but that's going to be milled. So that's not an issue. Or for mass manufacturing, it can become an issue. But like I said, for years, all my rings, I just did full size rings, and then I would just grind up to a half size.
Cool.
Right on, right on. But yeah, I mean, if it's important, add the shrinkage, if you know what the shrinkage is. All right, what do we have here? Okay. So you did a pretty good job here, but let's get to the face real quick. Let's hide this. We'll hide that. What is this? That's the face. What is this? That's the hair. What is this? That's the little dingy-ling. What's that? That's the background. Okay. I'm going to get rid of this. We're going to go to the hair, but leave the face. All right. So, issue is, this is behind his head. It's almost in front of his nose. So, get this, bring this back, and as it goes back, keep it flatter. Because, once again, if you think about forced perspective, what's in front of you has dimension and it loses dimensionality is good. Wow, that was a horrible mushed mouth thing. Forced perspective. If you're looking at, let's say, a row of buildings, and as it goes back, the stuff close to you has a lot of dimensionality. As it drops back, your visual field compresses, and so you lose depth the farther it goes back. So in these things, we're trying to sort of enforce some of that dimensionality with how we create our parts. So by pulling the hair back and making it somewhat flat, it allows you to bring the nose back. Ooh. The nose back a little, which gives that cheek and eye much more dimensionality. It allows you to pull that chin around, which gives your jaw a little bit more dimensionality. We're going to bring that in. So now, instead of the hair coming up to the face gets to go back to the hair, which gives the face much more dimensionality. And it's far more important that your face have dimensionality than your hair. Because we see faces from the day we are born, and we understand on a very, very deep level what they are, you know. And so this way, that instantly gives you a lot more depth in the face. Obviously, we get rid of that line there. Boop, boop, boop. And then I would break the hair. Once again, instead of thinking of these in waves, think of them in layers. This is coming, hair. This is coming over. So that then goes behind. But this stuff is behind it up here and goes in front of it here. Before I would put too much detail in it, I would do this in, like, let's say 3 layers, right? And keep them flat. And so, especially when things are flat, like this part line, right? Make sure that none of this comes in front of this part of the part line, because reflectively that doesn't make any sense, and it will make your eye try to figure out what's going on, and that's not what we want the eye wasting its time on. And then make sure your hair isn't cutting into the head. Now, hold on, let's see the face. Let me hide the hair for a second. Let's go to the face. So see how you cut your face off? But don't, and I understand if you're making a piece of jewelry and this is multiple metals, I understand you'll need to get here. But for right now, you definitely, I'm just taking slide and just dragging it back in a little. SK trim, polish. And see, instead of cutting that line in, give it an edge. Give it an edge. And then that way it's actually reflecting like the body makes it. I've dragged that back behind the hairline. And then we are going to drag the hairline up just a touch. Nope, that's not the hairline. So it is a layer. And instead of making this soft, once again, think about it a little bit more hard surface at the beginning. You can come back in and make it soft, but conceive of it in sort of bas-relief steps, right? You have the back of the head. You have this going on, and then this is in front, and then this is this. It's not two surfaces butting up against each other. It's a surface on top of another surface. And that can go like that, and that sort of a thing, and then that might come like that, but it goes behind that. And just figure out what your steps are. Keep them very geometric to begin with. start at the back and then work forward because you're going to be in front as you come forward. So you want the lines you laid down to be in front, if that makes any sense. And then once you have your steps sorted out, you can come back in and figure out what kind of curly shape it is. But just remember to because see how that now looks like he has a beluga lump head here. You see, instead of making those two half rounds that are butted, we've now kind of made this a layer going behind a layer, behind a layer, and that's going to read, when it's small, much more dynamically, and it gives your face a lot more depth when we drag it, when we dragged all that stuff there back and stuff. And so now you can see that honestly your face has a lot of depth that I'm just going to merge the hair and the face for a second. Merge down. Okay. W. I'm going to drag this back here. And I'm going to shrink this a little, pinch it down some. And you can see by actually removing some of the height, it actually looks a little better because it's not quite so bubbly and fluffy. It's much more bas-reliefy. And so you can see that we're running into the same problem with the torso, and that is you have pillows instead of layers. So this comes down. Is it in front of this one? Is that in front of that one? What is it? I'm assuming that this is kind of collars and that's sort of a belt that's going between them. That's my guess. So I'm going to come to this. What do we have here? Auto group. This menu is so small. I have better resolution on my machine at home, and this is like this long. I'm missing like 4 inches out of this on my standard menus. I want you. Let's turn this off. And you can see how this is a pillow, right? Well, it's not a pillow. It is probably something like, no, let's go straight and then trim front, but I want it a little bit at an angle. And this is very, oh. Back face masking is really an important thing sometimes. I'll just do this by hand. So you can see inner silhouette, right? Pillow, pillow, pillow. Once again, everything's at the same height. You have nothing that is in front of anything else. So just simplistically speaking, we're going to take trim front. We're going to take trim front. And the first thing we're going to do is just knock that. Hold on. Knock that back. Knock that back. But I'm not going all the way up the neck because our face is much more, our face is much more round. So I want the neck to start to go round. And then we're going to come here. Trim front. So now we have at least a layer starting to happen. I'm gonna take you split hidden. I just want that as a separate part for a minute. Nope. Where's my part? Oh, this is all one lump. Sorry. Took me a second to figure that one out. And so now if we take this and we kind of mask this. Here, we can do it this way. Mask that. W. Just gonna get that down a little. So now that's going behind that, that's going behind that. If these are steps, they make more sense than if they're things that are billowing in one another. So it's hard to do with. Right here, divide. We're just going to pretend here. Oh. Mask. Q. Ugh. Right. Divide, divide, divide. Alright, so we're going to take you. Mask. I'm going to take you. Mask. We're going to take you. Mask. High part. Okay. No. Everybody, stop. Split hidden. Now we can split hidden. I always forget that if it's not at the lowest resolution, you can't split hidden. You can do it. Any questions while I'm sitting here waiting for this to do this?
There's a question about how you sculpted a particular thing.
In a particular way?
Yeah, in a particular way. It's in Discord. Is what you're working on just rendering or something?
No,
Subdividing
it's
something.
yeah, it's doing it.
If you want to open up Discord and go to the question and answer channel in general, they had a question that required some images, and so they put it there.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. No, that's totally all one piece. I got the. I just put the layer on and sculpted away. I did block up, right? I did it. I got my layers where I wanted them to be, and then just sculpted on. I mean, you can tell. I mean, look at this lumpy surface. If that were if this were separate, that'd be a little less lumpy. And like here, you could tell that this was sculpted in one piece because see these curves coming out here. They're sort of supposed to connect with this, but you can tell that none of that connects with this here. It's all going out. And that's because I did sculpt it on the same part. So you got to think this was sculpted a long time ago, too. I mean, that's probably... It's at least 6 years old. Maybe. 2016. Five or 6 years old. Well, the table's 5 or 6 years old. I probably worked on it. Yeah, so it's at least 6 or 7 years old. So some of the tools that I use now weren't. I think I killed ZBrush on a simple shape like that. See, I can't do simple shapes. I can't do them. I destroy things. Yeah, no, completely. That's all just slide, masking, and just moving layers down. But yeah, that was all sculpted in one piece because what? Okay, I don't know what it's doing. ZBrush. I'll show you in a sec. Hey, yeah, no problem. I enjoy kind of doing this, and because I don't think a lot of people are doing it, so I think it's a good tool. No, that's not it. No, ZTL. Harsh. Control N. Boop. And now we're going to take you. Auto group. Boop. Gonna take you.
Any tips for someone who's just getting into 3D sculpting?
Sculpt a lot and copy things. Because copying, or what I mean by copy is use reference material. Don't just make stuff up. Because when you make something up, and let's say, you know, I have 2 left hands, you're like, oh, well, I meant him. Yeah, it's a metaphor, 2 left feet. I have 2 left hands. Well, that's cool if that's actually what you did, but chances are that's not what you did. So at least you know that now, if you're using reference material, you know that one of these is wrong, right? And so reference and be anal about trying to get your references correct, because by learning to see what you're doing wrong, you'll get better, right? It's like, why can't I see this? Because I've been sculpting for, I mean, I've been making money since 78. So however many years that is. And by doing that and being a harsh critic of my own work, I've now been able to see some of the things that make it wrong, right? Now, if you're doing abstraction and you know the rules and you choose to break the rules, that's different. If you don't know how, I mean, like Picasso, everyone's like, oh, Picasso, he couldn't draw. Picasso was a brilliant draftsman. I mean, the man could draw. And then he chose to abstract it, thus abstraction. And, you know, it was a conscientious decision to break the rules. So I think that's the first thing. And then 2, just do it. Do it a lot. Because if you're trying to, okay, it also depends on, are you trying to do this where eventually you'll make money? Or is this just something you love to do or want to do? Because you should do this all the time. And if you feel like doing this all the time is a chore, then you're probably not going to make a career of it. Because if you're not doing this out of the love of doing it, I assure you can find a job where you make better money and it's a lot less drama. You know, being an artist is not easy or pleasant if you're planning on paying your bills. If you're independently wealthy and you just want to do it, hey, who cares? You know, if you don't have to do it, that's one thing. But without a doubt, reference and being a harsh critic, right? And a harsh critic is not the same as everything I do sucks. We all make garbage. Every day we make garbage. And you just have to learn to edit, learn when to throw something away, or learn when to fix something. And the only way you're going to learn any of that is through just working all the time. And eventually you're going to be like, I'm never going to fix that, or, oh, I can fix that. And so hours, and use reference. I would say that is the best thing I could say to anyone new. Hide part, no here. Split unmasked. I'm just gonna cheat a little here. Dynamesh. So even in bas relief, you got to remember your shape. And so your shape is, this is lower, this is higher, and ever the twain shall meet. SK trim polish. Duplicate, take this back to the beginning. Transparency, no, transparent. Oh, that is transparent, except it's the wrong thing, that's transparent. Cancel, no, there. And so going to clay tubes. Whenever you do something this dramatic, in the sense of completely change your geometry, duplicate. So that's got to be behind that. Turn ghosting off, trim front, tapper surface. You're not going to do that. Tapper surface, and that way we know what that is. We're going to hide that. I'm going to slide my surface where it goes behind that surface. Right? Well, all right. So now you can see the beginning of our issue. So now this is all level and that's behind. I'm going to use planar flattened lines, start here, come down here, and there we go. So now we have an angle, it's going back, right? Front of the torso, back of the torso. Clay, where are our lines? Boom. Transparency. So we have a line. Oops. Divide, divide, divide. We have a line there. We have a line there. Okay. So this comes behind the neck. And does that, lower res, I'm going to smooth that in. Because this is not super high detail. SK clay fill and then do it alt. Boom. So we add in and then we take away. Add in, take away. So there are 3 areas that give us our important information. Oh, the intensity is really high. That explains it. So I'm just drawing directionality in different directions, right? This is going this way. This is going this way, and then this will go this way with the lines. All right. So there are 3 areas that tell us what's happening. Okay. Here's one. This is going under both of these. So it's got to be behind those 2 lines. And I'm going to do this super thin just to sort of not prove a point, but to show a point. All right, so now what has to happen here is that the neck is behind the collar. So boop, it's got to go behind the collar. This is behind both of these. I mean, technically, I guess if it's in front, then it has to be in front, whatever that is. But I know that yours is simple. I mean, the forms are simple, so you're not putting that kind of detail in. But, so you have that step. This is behind that. That goes there, right? So that is definitely in front of that. And here's our next part. This transition is very important because this goes from behind the neck to in front of the neck. And I'm going to use SK twist. I'm not going to use a line because I want this to be a layer, not a separation. And now we can mask that off. Move and kind of just push this back and down. There we go. So those are the big ones. We want this going in this direction. That's a layer going there. And then that's, I think I have that tilted at the wrong angle, but whatever. So from here, very clearly, you can tell what's happening, right? You can tell that the neck is behind this layer. The neck is in front of this layer. This is on top of that. This is on top of that. This is behind that. This is behind that. And by making these somewhat flatter, we're getting singular reflective planes or simpler reflective planes. And I want the neck to be less flat. right? Compared to this, turn that off, where what's going behind what? I mean, this is obviously, things are going behind that, but see how the pillows don't cut it? And look at how deep your detail is. Right? See how these are pillows? Where on this, I mean, look at how shallow that is with very little definition. And it very clearly tells a depth story. Where this are pillows sitting on one another. So even in super simple shapes, layers are super, super important. Yep, I think that sort of covers the issues with that, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It's cool though. It looks nice. You know, I just tune up that layering. So in bas relief, it's super important to have your layers set up well. Because even super flat, we get real information. Should I pull in the head and flatten it out so it becomes super clear?
No, I think you covered it.
All right, who's next?
Next up we have the pictures. Chunlin.
I downloaded those, didn't
I do believe so. And while you find them, I don't know that you're the best person to ask this, but if you were going to make feathers for a game, would you use hair cards or question mark?
Oh, hair cards. Yeah, actually, with how we have them set up now that they're, they're the brushes that you can just pull out and they're the forms. Yeah, without a question. Because they're nice, clean, separated forms. Yeah, I think I would, actually. Yeah, I think that's a very legitimate way of doing it. Personally, I would probably just hand carve it because I'm a lunatic that way. But, yeah, especially now that we have the hair, like they're the hair brushes where you can use them as feathers too, but they come off as hair cards without a doubt. I can't even remember what that friggin' brush is called anymore. No, not documents, downloads. Nope. All right, fine. It's a folder called ZTL, not just that ZTL. Oh my God. Did it even load, or is it still? Oh, Jesus. Just never ending, is it?
Yeah, it's got to be in that folder that I'm seeing on screen right now.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. There you go.
I think it's a gorgeous sculpt, first of all. I think the posing in this is a little more natural. Oh, that's gorgeous. It's lovely. Very nice. I think even if these do bulk, you might have a little bit of a flat area as it goes under. But, I mean, you're here. You definitely have your layering sorted. In your rabbit, I would say that you could probably even do it in this just a touch more. And, you may be going from reference material, and this is the exact pose in the reference material. But it just seems relaxed in its state of motion, right? And especially something that's this dramatic, I think gosh, and making the pose just a touch more dramatic, where there's a little bit more kinetic energy in it. And what's funny is that your pose is there. There's just something where it looks relaxed while it's doing it. There's some tension. There's like some surface tension. There's some pulling that I'm missing. Let's see. Because, I mean, the sculpt's beautiful. It's... Oh, stop that. So, this is... He's kind of floaty. Excuse me. Hold on. Jackrabbit. Trying to see if there's something that is, it could even be facial expression. Jackrabbit running sculpture. There's a series of sculpts that I just can't think of her name. They almost look like Winchesters. It's sort of that feeling.
I get a very Steve Lord vibe from it.
Oh, yeah, without a question. I mean, just... I don't think Steve did rabbits. So there's... Yeah, no, let's see, Steve Lord. Come on. So there's a bit of surrealness or super realness. There's just an overblown, especially when there's something that's running intense. I did a whole series of these animals, like hunter and prey animals. And there was a bobcat and a rabbit and an eagle and a snake, and it was combat, and the thing I found to get them, there has to be like this level of tension in the surfaces. And it's really funny because at the end of the day they rejected them because the guy said, I want a conflict, not like murder. And I'm like, because nothing was actually touched. Well, the cobra and the snake were wrapped around because it was sort of on them, based on the Mexican flag. But so like, let's look at this, for example. See how much tension is in the body, right? Like this hip is actually drawn out a little. The tension on the toes, there's a little bit, there's just this really incredible, right? There's a clenching in the neck. It's a very dynamic pose, right? You've got this, and I think it's probably blown out a little, right? Look at the tension in the muscles. let's see. You know, there's just, if you have something that has that much, and you got the motion down, it's beautiful. There's so much going on. But I think it's correct, if that makes any sense. Like, you know, the poses, like, there's these tension points, right? And, like, it's off one foot. You have this distortion. You have this stuff going on. You know, it's not a very naturalistic pose, right? It's not, but there's drama in it. There's, and you're almost there. What in the hajibus is that? Oh, that's the engagement ring. Yeah, that's funny. Did that... What happened? Did that import the ZTL over a ZTL? That shouldn't happen. Where's the other
Just
model?
beside it.
No, that's not the right model. Where's the rabbit?
There isn't one. It's just pictures.
Oh, Jesus.
You just accidentally double-clicked that while you were looking for the pictures.
Right, and then I forgot that we were looking at pictures.
Yeah.
I'm like... So actually, you know, okay, here it is. It's fairly even, right? So if we're looking at our boxes, right? Its hip box is this. Its shoulder box is in line with its hip box, right? We've got the shoulder box, the hip box. This leg is here, this leg is here, this leg is here, that leg is there, right? So, see how these are almost in the same place, these are almost in the same place. What I think will make, and the head just seems very like he's calm, right? I would give him a little bit more. You know, rabbits get that, look. I think that his head maybe should be tilted where the ears are back a little farther. The nose is up a little more, so the directionality isn't down, right? See, it's down. Where if its head was up, it would be out. I think that if you took it and had one shoulder up, one shoulder down, where you're getting this. So this leg is deeper. This leg is up a little more. And then you have this, the hip going in the contrapposto, where now this is up and this is maybe out some, where one is higher. Right? Get some torque into that thing, right? You know, he's pushing off, he's moving. And right now he's not pushing off, he's floating, right? It almost, there's not a rotational tension. That's what it is. There is no contrapposto in this. This is purely square. And I think the head's looking down, where I think that the head would be up, which would give this a little bit more dip in the back, which would kick that butt up a little. And you would get more of this really dynamic, you know, if that makes any sense. I think that's my problem with this, is that it's square as opposed to getting 1 foot down, 1 foot moving. I mean, it's running, you know, it's like tension. And tilt that head up. He's like, because if you look at these guys running, Jackrabbit running. Where are they looking? It's funny, all these guys are running with their ears up. Fascinating. Who'd have thunk it? I don't think I would ever sculpt it that way, though. Yes, actually, look at the expression on this dude and see how his ears are lying back. But even here, he feels like he's looking at us, but he's looking at this eye level. It's interesting. And then all of these rabbits are running with their ears up. It's totally a gimmick of art to put those ears back, to have it, that gives you that directionality, an arrow. But that rabbit's got its ears back, but he's not running. I mean,
Looks
look at
faster with them back.
Yeah, it's that directionality, right? Because this guy might be running really fast, but look, he just looks like he's like floating. So this is where artistic license comes into play. I think that the head's looking down, because even here, look at how far forward this dude's leg is. And yours are just sort of like this. And look at where his is. His is up and around his neck. See, look, sculptor. Throw those ears back. Because it does not look like jackrabbits actually run with their ears back. Artist, ears back. Pure artistic license. Yeah, look at that guy. Ears up. Absolutely fascinating.
In their one of their other 3 pictures, Pose Sculpture Work in Progress 3, there's that same model just sitting still.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, no. I just think that. I think that artistically speaking, you want a little bit more. Not here, obviously, on the other model. You want a little bit more of that cock in the back, so it looks like he's moving up, and it doesn't. The actual rabbits don't actually seem like they're doing that. So this is where photo reference is tricky, because, yeah, that's what it looks like. You're probably going off a very accurate image, but isn't that funny? I would never have known that rabbits don't run with their ears back. That's super funny. But see, it's just the implication of motion is what it is. And if you put those up like TV antenna, it just, all these pictures, it just looks like they're just hanging out. Yeah, see, even here, that foot, see how the foot almost has a curve up? And I think that, no, pictures, not ZBrush, Tomas. Pictures, not ZBrush. See how, and this is, once again, this is pure artistic stuff. It's not, this, like I said, this may be from a photograph. But because these are in the same level and the same thing, it just looks like he's sitting, right? There's no dynamicism to this. So I would probably stretch one of these legs out a little and get a little bit of curve in it. And then have the other one be, maybe a little lower. And I would kick at least one of these farther back and up, one farther down. And then have the head facing forward a little more. And I would at least give the ears Yeah, they're going back. But get a curve into, get it to where they have some motion into them. And I know that, that might not be happening, but there's this implication of motion in a sculpt that you have to carry off, or it's just going to, artistic license. And the same here. Once again, if you look at how, you're still really square in the sense of this hip is the same height as that hip. This shoulder is the same height as that shoulder. Get some curves, some contrapposto in there where there's a little bit of that going on, and it gives you that tension of something about to happen. Does that make sense?
Yep.
But they're beautiful. They're absolutely gorgeous. I just think you need to get a little bit more. You got the poses right from the side, but I think like up and down it, blow that out just a little bit more so that contrapposto turns and you get like that tension, that They're great. They look awesome.
What would be a good starting point to get anatomy right for animals?
Reference. Take Steve Lord's class. He has a really good process. It's really simple. It's very straightforward. It's all very anatomical. And, it's once you have a rough understanding of what's going on, where was it? There it is. And once you have an idea of what's happening, you understand what your bulk muscles are. And the funny thing about four-legged animals, dogs, cats, lions, it's all horses. It's all basically the same anatomy. It's just different proportions, right? And the thing is if you've got this down, right, you can imply the actual anatomy where, that there are like three bulk muscles here on top. That one crosses over the knee. There, you get you get two bulk muscles in the flat tension muscle, right? So that there is this shape in the leg, right? And so you have that. This is your bulk. Then you have the tension over to the knees, and then really there's not a whole ton of stuff there, but their calves are actually very high. Like pit bulls and things like that actually have, much more calf there. And a horse, it's the exact same thing, right? If you just get that rough anatomy down. But if Steve Lord is offering a class, or if you can get one of his videos, nobody does it better. He's so good at it. And he's a good teacher. So, like I said, I'm not sure what Steve offers. Does Steve offer classes?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, they're on YouTube. Or at least the beginnings of them are. He has, but does he have... Oh, this is a good class. His UArtsy class. This is a good... Can you actually get it, or are they just talking about it? Yeah, see, look. Same thing with me. All those UArtsy addresses are down. There's got to be a place where you can find... I know he's done a few... Hey, look, I'm not the only one who does mitten feet. Just so you know, look, he started with mitten feet too, snot.
He started with mitten feet.
Well,
Is the problem?
he
You end
spent a
with
lot
mitten
more
feet.
than a couple hours on that, man. He could get around to it. But you can see the deer's anatomy is basically the same as the dog's anatomy. I mean, there are subtle differences, but unless you're sculpting actual anatomically correct things, super important. As long as you have an idea. Oh, I just deleted it. Oh well. Do a search for Steve's work or his classes, because he has a really good way of explaining it, and he also has a really good way of talking about dynamics in it. And just listening to him talk, he's full of a really good information. And if he isn't doing another animal class, we need to get him on ZBrush Jewelry Workshop to do an animal class for us.
That'd be something.
He's my buddy. We went to school together. We were at CalArts together. All right. Does that cover that?
Ready for
Are
the
there
next
any
one?
other?
I think so.
No, you're killing it. It's great. I just think you have to play with your posing a little bit more. And going from straight anatomical reference, I just think you need to think about contrapposto. Just get that. And, you know, like the ears aren't together. Like if this hip is going, or this shoulder is going down, maybe that ear is going up. You know, just get that contrapposto motion in. Because that really is what makes good sculpture, is contrapposto motion. Because that gives you tension, right? Because I always view, like when I sculpt, I'm always thinking of balls and rubber bands, or like a clown balloon with water in it, and you start doing this. And so you have, right? And it gets wider here, and then it gets wider there, and it gets wider there. So you have tension. Or it's rod, ball, rod, right? It starts out, it comes, it pinches around. So this is going to be tight, right? Because there's some tension there. This is going to be tight. There's some tension there. The back side. So what happens? It goes around the ball, and then it like comes back to a different point, and you have tension. It's all about the surface tension, where this could be bulk, and that can be bulk. But where that tendon goes, that's tight. And then, like, let's see, I know the calf's not there, but you can have bulk muscle, but everything has to go along those tension points. And then if you just have everything square where everything's lined up, well, that's one thing. But, think of your boxes. Boom. 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 Alright. Pinch. Lower shoulder, elbows to there. Higher shoulder, elbows up here. You get... It's all about those S-curves. And then where are the straight points in it that define the tension in those curves? Yeah. Because that's a problem with a lot of curves. See, like these are initiating in good points, right? And this is a nice smooth form. But, often the tension comes from having a break in it, and now you get a dent in there. And that's a visual tension. This is simple, I understand. I'm not saying this needs that. But this is where a lot of that visual drama comes from, are the breaks where fabric hits, right? You have something dropping over and draping. Well, you get these moments of tension. So you probably have a nice slow indent here, and then that's high, and it comes down, and the weight, right? These are actually straight because that's under pressure, and then once it relieves its pressure, it then can start to go. But if it's going up and over something, that's straight. That's the tension, the weight of the fabric. Where if you have something that's like, let's say a knee, right? Well, your knee fabric's going to be tight, and then it's going to be until it's down, and then you get the motion of it doing whatever it's doing. But this is where that tension is, right? That's where you have to show that something is happening, something is pulling. It'll be tight, so these are very straight curves, and then they can get looser, but everything coming over the bit of this kneecap is going to be tight. And so how you get these curves is because if you're looking down, you know, your knee's like this, so it's tight until there, but we just rotate it around. That's how you get these nice curves. And this little area right here is the point that where it releases from the knee, and this is now floating. That tension right there, right there, right there, is what's showing you that fabric's going, that there's the weight. And the thickness of the fabric shows you where, or the muscle fiber or whatever it is, shows you where that tension breaks, right? The heavier it is, the harder it's going to pull because it has weight. So tension in surfaces is a big deal. Hold on, we got to take this and get rid of it because no one needs to see this. Delete all. Well, not that no one needs to see it, but it's just has nothing to do with what we're doing. Okay. Next.
Ready for the next one?
Unless there were questions. I mean.
No, I think you got it.
Okay.
Juan Fitler. Scarecrow.
Did I download that?
I do believe you would have downloaded this one.
Yep. Why is he not responding?
It's a 40 million poly model.
Oh, well, that explains
Give it a sec.
it. I'm like, what are you doing, you slow pokey bastard? Okay, first of all, turn transparency off. Did you apply this, or is this a micro poly? Or is this person here?
Don't know. Don't think so.
I'm interested in how, if this isn't, it looks like micro poly because it's just so nice and organized. Show me what you got there. Yeah, that looks like micro poly to me, doesn't it? Because see how your draping ties to it? That looks
Yep.
great.
I can't imagine it's hand sculpted, or this person's
no,
never
no,
slept
no.
a day in their life.
No, that's not hand sculpted. I mean, I'm as fastidious or anal as any sculptor's ever going to get, and not a chance in hell I'd ever do that. Well, okay, never mind. There are there are monetary considerations that I would take into consideration, but no, not going to happen. I love the little pumpkin gourd bombs. You did a really good job with layers, overemphasizing the stitching. It reads well. You get the dent in the stitching. You know, the hand anatomy and then just your hints of your fabric. This is a beautiful sculpt. So once again, so I'm assuming that this is for a render. And then you may, because it has a base, you're probably going to want to print this. Is my guess. Now, the only thing I'm going to say, because this is beautiful, the only thing I'm going to say is, let's just take this hood, for example. If you're going to print this, so like for render, if you are rendering, this is fine, right? Because blah. For printing, and if you want a powerful model, especially on something like this, which is obviously leather, come in, and I would use SK Trim Polish. Come in and just make sure, like on some of these edges, that's just, is this noise? What's going on here? Surface. Yeah, it's active noise. That's it. I was trying to. Okay, apply to mesh. Oh. Okay. I'm about to make this a much bigger model. So divide. Divide. All right, that should be enough to hold this. Apply to mesh. I'm like, and it's your fault, Henry. All right, so actually, I guess that could be a noise. See, I can never get patterns to work. I really just have no clue how to use noise is what it comes down to. Because this is, I wonder if this is noise too. Or, yeah, it sure is. Look at that. That's noise. Man, he's good at that. Because these UVs have got to be tight to get it to work this well.
Yeah.
All right. I guess I'm actually going to have to sit. This has convinced me I actually have to sit down and learn this.
Because they really can look good.
Yeah, no, this is beautiful. And I mean, he doesn't have the weird stretching in the armpits and stuff, because normally noise gets really wonky. Like around the curves and stuff. And look at this. It's tight front, back. So he probably broke this base form up into UVs and then... Because do you see any seams? I mean, I'm not seeing any seams here. I mean, seams of a UV or something like that, right?
Yeah, I don't see anything.
Yeah. So for all of you who saw me not being able to make anything out of noise, look at this. This is gorgeous.
My only problem with it is that the fabric isn't stretching, and like the crosses for each individual stitch
Mhm.
or piece of string, whatever, aren't pulling apart where
Well,
you
that's
would see
where
unrealistic
micro poly, I think, is a little bit more dynamic in that front,
Mm-hmm.
right? Yeah, still, it's great. So once again, and sort of like he said, that the mesh would change shape. The problem with this detail of texture in something that's going to be printed is that it looks great in a rendering. It looks great, animated. But the second you get out of the computer, this becomes noise, right? Everything just becomes, it's just too much, right? Because the brain's just like, oh god, what? So I just applied this, and this is what I would make sure I do if you're going to print this, and that is come back in. Let me turn that down some. And where there are highlights, or just pick, and usually, picking the top surfaces make them a little shinier. And psychologically, we can understand that a top edge is a little shinier. Knock your textures down a little. And come through and just knock these textures back some. Just like on the edge. You don't have to do it everywhere. But get a place for the eye to rest. Because what's going to happen is that your brain's going to see this, and then it's just going to disregard it as noise. Because it doesn't... it's just too much. It's too much for the brain to deal with in a physical format. And you'll find, you can see I'm not doing too much here, right? But I've now changed the surface enough that there are breaks in it. So your brain doesn't register everything. See, just everything has the exact same surface. And it'll read as like this, it'll actually read deeper, and it'll just become like white noise. And it's just, in a sculpture, it's too much. And so you can come in and just do this to it. Give places for the eyes to rest. And it's just going to read better in hand. Like the edges of these seams. Here. And you see that it just gives it texture as opposed to noise. And I wouldn't necessarily do that with well, I might. I think your little stringy things are going to prevent some of that, but know that if you're going to print that, you're going to have 1,100 gazillion supports. So you'd probably want to lay these down some where they're flat. I don't know how, if these were insert meshes, and is it nano mesh? I can never remember what any of yeah, it's nano mesh. Like if these are nano meshes, I would probably make them lie flat. So instead of them actually sticking out like fibers, if you're rendering it, if you're going to print it, instead of having them tilt up, just have them lie flat and have them change direction sort of like this a little. And you'll get the squirreliness, but you won't have it out and floating, because it'll print, but what you're going to wind up with is little stubs, and it's going to look like pig hair, or it's going to look like a buzz cut on it, and that might be a little odd. Yeah, if you're going to print, you're going to have to deal with some undercuts and stuff for sure. But I mean, it's beautiful. It's a gorgeous model. It's a great pose, has a lot of energy in it. You know. Here again, you might, and this is just me, you might want to get a little bit more curve here. Get one of these shoulders down a little bit farther. Just so there's a little bit more twisting in the torso. Once again, making it a little bit more dynamic. Because the pose is good. But when, there's just no... here, hold on. Can we get down there? Hello?
Hello.
Because if we just go from... you know, you have a little twist there. But I might... and that could give... that, and that's the reach. This is drop it back, right? Yeah, see, that is your hips. And see how squared out your shoulders are? If you drop that shoulder a touch, got that a touch, that reaching arm would be above, this would drop. Comme ça, comme ça. Also, nice. See, the hips look so much more dynamic here. So you have this rotation in the torso. Yeah, somehow you lost a little bit of this dynamic tension in the cloth. It was like a crash. I gotta remember that when that's turned up so high, it's just so melodramatic. See how just kicking that up just a little bit, we didn't change it too much. But it really gets a lot of that tension into that pose. From the side. You know, from all your angles. No, it's beautiful. Looks great. something. Yeah, I think cocking that torso just a touch would help. Hello everybody, Control N. And you might have to move the neck if you do that. But, I mean, yeah, whatever. That's just persnickety little stuff. He looks great. Ooh. I'm getting a little excited there, aren't I? Yep. Awesome sauce.
Cool.
Righto, righto.
Next up is less of a crit and more of a Q&A. Cena uploaded 2 pictures and had a question last week about alphas. And Cena actually just joined, so...
Here are the pictures here. Okay, so what is the question about the alpha per se?
So I don't seem to have the question anymore, but it was about each of those dots. I'm not sure what the question was for that picture, but for the mask one, the no mask, the dots show up as
Holes.
holes.
Yeah, because they're black.
How do they not?
Well, do you have Photoshop? The question is, do I have Photoshop?
I don't know that you do.
Did I put it on this machine? I don't see it right there, do you? Crappus. Okay, so how do I stop it? Okay, you go away for a second. Let's open the other photograph. Since I can't seem to figure out how to use anything. Is it that one? Yeah. Okay, so the easiest way, and there's a lot of dots. The easiest way is to come into Photoshop, and actually I'm going to use
MS Paint.
What's the name of that? Wow, I don't even have that on this machine. I can't even think of the name of it. Bad brain day. Alright, so I don't seem to have a painting program on this at all. So, how to do this? Can I change colors of this? Settings. We're just going to put this over here. Live draw. Okay, so I can change pictures here. So what you're going to want to do is depth maps are grayscale, right? So what you have to remember is that white is 10, black is 0. And in Photoshop, you have this lovely little grid. And part of that is grayscale. And it starts at white, and then it's a little tone darker, 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 black. And I know there's a black and white menu, so you can pull it down. And so on this, you'd probably use, let's say, it's tricky because you have things that go over and under. So you're never going to be able to get this to be a pure depth map, right? And that's the problem with taking black and white images and thinking that they're going to be alphas. They're not. So what I would do is make, obviously, the background black. And here, let's go to, you can do this. So when you have your photo, you bring it into Photoshop or whatever program you use. And where's my little menu bar? Wasn't it just here? Jesus. Does anything ever just work? No.
Oh, that'd be no fun.
Where did we... What's open? What's not? What's preventing this from happening? See, our little menu thing's gone. Oh, I see. Well, okay, so there's our menu. So I would take this and fill it in black, right? I would then use my what do you call it? Paint bucket. Oh,
Sure. Fill?
Henry, kill me. Yeah, fill.
Fill tool? Mm-hmm.
Which is, and then fill in the background. Then you come in, you go to your next color, and decide what your next color is going to be. I would say this background right here is probably going to be that color. So I would take this gray, and I would then fill in this layer, with that gray. I would then come over, go to the next layer, and fill in the layer that's sitting on top of that with that gray. And I would also now come back in and fill, actually I would fill these dots up with that gray. And then this layer would be the next layer, and then I would come in. So I would break it up into layers as such. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. This series of dots is 3. This is 4. The series of dots is 5. And do it that way, right? Where you have that. Because it's the only way you're going to get it as an alpha. You have to do it in steps. Then you're going to have to bend it and go about it. But I would never do that this way. I would sculpt this face normal. And then I would take this alpha and lay it over my sculpted object. And that way you can make this very subtle. It'll lay all that pattern on it. Then you can come back and go over it. Because you're never going to get this to be a three-dimensional image, especially with something this deep and this cut. You know, if you really want, you could do it once again in Photoshop, where you take it and you paint out your layers, you know, as a gray one, and do them separately, so where you bring them in, merge them together, and then you can get these blends, right? You can sculpt that to that, and now that, which was a higher level, now has this scoop in it, so you're sculpting it in. But you have so much dimensionality here, and then a single layer of graphic. And then what I would do, like I said, is I would magic wand the dots in the black. Not this detail, just like the halftone stuff. Right, just get that. Just get the pattern, not this line, but this pattern stuff. Take it, drag it out on my dimensional object. And then that, you could get that halftone sort of look. But you're not going to get this to produce a three-dimensional object. Because alphas can have depth information, but a graphic alpha is not depth information. If that makes any sense, because it's just on or off. So all you're getting is,
Yeah, high or low, black or white.
yeah, you're not getting any of this subtlety. It's just 0 or 100 or 10 or whatever. So yeah, I would sculpt it and then lay the halftone pattern on it. Very softly. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. They had one more question. When we use boolean and then use Dynamesh, the geometry breaks down a lot of holes. How can we fix that? I don't know that I've ever experienced that.
So one more time.
When we use boolean and then Dynamesh, the geometry breaks down a lot of holes. How can we fix that?
Well, you're probably, the holes are actually coming from the boolean. Well, first of all, what you need to do is get rid of the mess. So boolean it. Hold on. Nope. Duplicate and delete right next to each other, I still think is a very bad idea. All right. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. That explains it. Okay, so now we have all these different size, shapes, and geometric forms, right? New folder. Label your folders, it's super important. All of these are going to be boolean union. And now boolean folder. So now, this is all boolean, right? And you can see that as the different geometries happen, you wind up with a bunch of squirrely geometry. So the first thing you want to, and actually these are all probably pretty low res. We might not get any issues off these, but so you've union these. Before you dynamesh, before you do anything else, auto group them. And now hold down Control Shift and tap your surface. And now go hide part. And you notice we don't get split hidden right here. So this doesn't have any of that garbage geometry. These are all, if I'd done it where there was a lot more and then a little and a lot more and a little, we'd wind up with a little bit more mess here. But, so let's go back and, right, we've union meshed this. Hit auto group. Hold down Control Shift and tap on the surface. And normally you're going to see a little split hidden here because there's a bunch of just weird floater geometry in there. Split hidden, and then you push delete hidden, and now you have it all. I tend to do it twice. Auto group, Control Shift, tap. Make sure nothing's there. So now you don't have any of that floating geometry in there, which you often get if you're booleaning or union, which is a boolean, but if you're unioning things with a lot of different geometry, this is all simple, like none of this is sculpted. The second you start getting things that are torqued into almost triangles and you plop a square on it, you wind up getting these weird hanging off things, they come out. So here we are. You can now ZBrush. And I've yet to, I heard rumor about the Dynamesh now will actually climb when you Dynamesh, so it'll retain the surface. I don't know exactly what that is. There's supposed to be a new feature in. And so now, Dynamesh, do the same thing. Auto group, tap. If something comes up, delete hidden, and now you've gotten rid of all your junk noise. Next step you want to do, now I wouldn't worry about any of that right now. I'm sculpting, who cares? I would do that and then just make sure you tap close holes. I have it listed right here, but it is under tools, under geometry, under modify topology. It's in, there it is, closed holes. I don't know what grid divide does. That sounds very compelling. We'll have to ask about that one. I love when I open folders, I'm like, wow, I don't even know what that does. Have you ever heard of grid divide? Let's do it. What's it do? What do you think that did? Any different than... Well, they're definitely different, aren't they? It sticks with the pattern? Interesting. Yeah, it's like making like all your line thicknesses and stuff. When it quads, it does it exactly the same as opposed to divide. See how that's a little softer? How do you take the screen capture again? It's like Control S, or is it just S?
Don't know. I just use snipping tool.
Uh-oh. I did something. That's what I get for being curious, isn't it? Oh, do I have something open? Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Oh, Control S is probably save.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, duh. All right. So it's not just S, is it? No, that's size. Alt S? No. Shift S? Oh, there it is. Okay. Undo. And grid divide. It looks like. Okay, hold on. That's 430,000. And that's 190,000. So grid divide puts two lines on either side of a grid line. This divides it into square, right? So it takes the square and puts a line down the center, where this, hold on. Puts, no, scheisse. Right, so this, instead of throwing one line down the center, it throws two lines equidistant. It goes to the outside of a line, right? It builds a box around the line, as opposed to dividing the box in half. That's what I'm guessing.
Interesting. It also ruined 90-degree edges.
Yeah, it doesn't soften it at all.
Yeah. And are you actually keeping subdivisions with grid divide? Because it looks like with polyframe, it looks like you don't have subdivisions, but I can't actually see your subdivision count.
It's almost twice as much. It was 190. Just divide was 190. Grid divide is 430.
But with grid divide, can you now go down a subdivision level, or do you not have subdivisions?
Ooh. Yeah. No. You lose your subdivision.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
So it's not a traditional divide at all.
No.
It's just like the add more wonky polygon button.
Yeah, I wonder if we can change that to add more wonky. What's the little... Oh, that's weld points. I was like, what's that little dot do? All right, no, we're not going to sit here and watch Tomas learn how to use ZBrush. I wonder what the reasoning behind that was. That was, it was put there for a reason, and I'm always like, what is it that does that was specific, like, hey, that's cool. You know what I mean? I don't know. Okay, totally off on a tangent. Did that help?
Yeah, I think the answer is they are booleaning two things that have wildly different polygon counts.
I mean, it can have very similar polygon counts. But like I said, if you've stretched the geometry where one's... Whoa, what was that about? That just went black. That's not what I want to see. So, if you have things that are very square and something that's, half the geometry of that, chances are, that's going to be able to find those markers pretty easy, right? But if you have one thing that is big squares, and then you have another thing that's tiny chevrons or longes, and then you have something that's curved circle, you know, in this and the thing is that the other thing, you know, if you have a lot of surface chatter and then this is just a box that's cutting in half, it's this stuff down here that often becomes chatter. Often this will just separate. And so you wind up with these weird, like, little floating faces on weird intersections. 90% of the time, that's what it is. Okay, delete all. We don't need to see that. All right, well, what is the next? Oh, just once again, awesome. I'm going to delete it, though, because it's huge and my poor machine's choking. All right, who's next?
Up next is Topology, which I believe you have downloaded. Oh, it's a JPEG.
Oh.
Or they have a JPEG and perhaps a model. Yeah.
Okay, that was right at the border that I didn't download, I think. I could be wrong.
Yeah, because it looks like that file would have been
Yes,
the one that I changed, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so boop. Refresh. Oh, there it is. Is it just the JPEG?
No, I saw the ZTL.
Is
on
it
your
in a
screen.
different place?
No, I saw it. Fast it.
There's that. No, there it is. $12.30. We're not doing too bad.
Not too bad. We're definitely not going to get through all these models.
Yeah, I don't think that. I don't. Did you have an illusion that we were going to get through all these models?
I always do.
I mean, there were like 20 something of them. There's no way we're getting through all these.
Yeah, and there's even more now.
How is it that
I'm going to guess we get through facial.
What? What's going on? Oh, I've got to. Gotta extract.
It's a zip.
Where'd the picture go? Oh. I see. It wasn't quite down there, was it? I like his face. What? Okay. So let's look at the model. Interesting. Your render makes it look softer than it is. Because from the render, I would say that you need to get the anatomy a little tighter, but honestly, this looks good. once again, I would be real careful about things like this. Same with the other frill, right? We were talking about frills earlier. Just see how these are the same density, right? It's the same space. They're the same size. They go back the same depth. So just right here, because I mean your frill, see how your frill actually folds down and it becomes meat and fleshy stuff up here, and then it turns into these regular folds. Change these up, right? You know, make it where one is closer together and then one's up, and make them not go the same depth, right? Because this looks, oh goodness, you know, this looks good. And this looks good. And honestly, these don't look bad. It's just that you have a regularity going on there that I think is not helping you. Friggin' pollen. And I think in your texturing, there's something going on here. And I don't know what your texture brush is, but it feels like your texture brush is this. See these lines? And see how you're getting little layers? Ooh, what just happened there? Somehow I get excited when I zoom in. It freaks. Okay, stop right there. See how you're getting this? I just made that melodramatic. And they're corresponding to dents on this side. See how you have this like here, and sort of this there. And there's a line kind of in there, and a line kind of in there. And they're all roughly the same width. I feel somehow, whether it's your alpha or how you're brushing it on, see how we're getting sort of these highlights and they're equidistant. I don't know if that's the repeating of the tile, but what that's done is, yeah, see, it's just too regular, right? Highlight, 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 and then here, bump, 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 bump. I mean, that's a really consistent pattern. And I'm assuming that is the width of your alpha. Right? See, row there, row there, row there, row there, row there, row there, there. Yeah, see these two, and there are those two, those two, those. Yep, that's the width of your alpha. So, how you're laying on your alpha. One, how it's repeating, it's giving a lumpiness to it, which makes it look like it's wearing, once again, sort of like a meat sock, right? Because these look like fabric folds. And I know in some ways it does look like that. I mean, the actual lizard skin does look like that. Like this stuff, you know, is perfectly good. Somehow or another, instead of, I'm trying to think of how to resolve it. Change your, it's not called focal length here. What's it called? Focal shift. For some reason in Modo it's called fall off. And in my brain, that's what's happening. You know, that's the fall off from 100% to 0 off your brush. Maybe make your fall off. Maybe make your focal length a little bigger so your edges are softer, so you're not getting such clean steps. Yeah, I can't really get around that. That's, I mean, I just see these, it just looks like stripes to me. Or maybe make 3 or 4 different skin alphas, come in and lay one layer in, come in, lay another, come in and lay another. And maybe that'll break that up. But maybe instead of laying in stripes, yeah, I don't know how you do it though. Yeah, I just can't. I mean, it just looks like zebra stripes to me. I can't not see that. So maybe get a wider alpha and a thinner alpha and like do a series in 2 strokes. But the problem is one side of the alpha is higher than the other. So you get these distinctive high ridges. Because I feel like your anatomy is good. It's just by putting those ridges on it, I've lost some of your anatomy. Is there one without texture? Yeah, you're close. I mean, it looks good. I just think that your texturing's killing you. And I would work on the pose a little more as far as getting it on the limb and stuff. Because your picture I'm not seeing, I mean, these look placed. It doesn't really look like it's holding on. Right. See how like the finger pad's touching, but the nail's not? I think if you look at it, they actually grip a little bit more aggressively. So it looks like it's holding on. Yeah, it's super interesting. Your texture here, you see what I mean? It makes it soft and look lumpy, where it's not. The model's not. The model's not soft like that. So you're losing, in your render, you're losing some of your surface detail because you have these lovely, I mean, it's really nice. And I think that you lose that in your render. I think the scales aren't. I don't know that the rendered scales are the same. Are the rendered scales the same as the physical scales? I mean, that could be throwing it off. I'm not sure. The render, there's something funny about the render that's softening your model. Do we have paint here? Was it painted? No. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, it looks great. I think that your texturing you lose some of your anatomical or you're losing some of your anatomy because the repetition of the tile of the texture is making it look like waves, which makes it look like that skin. And it just seems to be very loose and repeating in that context. All right, there we go. Looks good though. I mean, it's nice. It's
Cool.
Just.
Ready for the next one? Just.
Oops. All right. Do we have the model?
Last I checked, they are here. They fell asleep.
Don't feel bad. I'm about to fall asleep. You know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this. Why are these zips?
When you download multiple files, they will always zip
I
together.
no, I didn't download multiple files. Oh,
You did.
crap.
You still have that other one selected.
Oh, great. So we have like 13 versions of Phil Jagan. Well, that completely didn't do what I was trying to do there, did it? Oh my goodness. It's really annoying that that doesn't refresh. I can't believe I downloaded it. See, I thought I was being all clever. I was just going to download them individually so I didn't have to do this.
I mean, that would be true if you did it better.
No, we're going to make it till 2 going this way. Holy Hannah.
We're pretty close. It's almost 1 already.
I know. I'm very underwhelmed with my performance.
Great.
I can barely form sentences. I'm downloading
so-
all kinds of stupid stuff. Okay, this is just absurd. Okay. So we can get rid of 1. We can get rid of none. I just have to do these ridiculous things. Come on, you can load out of it. Why are you being a pain in the butt today? Oh, or is it doing it? Okay. And then... Alright, so we got you. And we can delete you. Was that 2? Oh God, here we go. Hair test text. Okay.
Yep.
And then a PNG. Okay. So we have all 3 files. So now I can come back in here and get rid of this absurd stuff. Because I'm silly. I don't need those. I don't even know why they're in this folder. This is totally the wrong folder. But, okay. So we have our picture. Happy now. Mid is the hair, still not happy with it, so of course any feedback. Handle this kind of hair. Okay. Look at the hair. Overview. Boom.
Oh man, you need to turn on word wrap. Notepad.
Well, that's... remember I was having problems with exactly that last week or whenever we did it. All right, so this is where, and sadly, I'm not, like when I was playing with it at the time, it was kind of cool, and it was in the last update, and they were talking about the hair cards, where you just drag it out and it has thickness, and you can assign like a rectangle to it, and you can just drag it and sort of paint with that shape. And since I never do it, I don't know what it is. Henry, do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
Now, I know exactly what you're talking about, but I have also not played with it since.
Yeah. I can't even think of the name of the tool. Come on. Write in Discord and Eric will know what the name of the tool is. But it's sort of like it's the silhouette. Oh, whoop, 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 whoop. It's a curve tool. Brush. It's the curve silhouette tool, right? Or curve alpha.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So curve alpha. And I'm not even going to try to attempt this because I know that I'm going to blow it. But curve alpha, so this is a star, right? And so you can drag this out and you get, see, I can't even get it to work. Why does nothing I ever do? Oh, because it's multiple subdivision levels. All right, where's our head? Tap. Duplicate. But someone was talking about hair cards too. That could work, but I don't know anything about hair cards. I mean, as far as how to make them and things like that. I played with it before we got it to work for the job that I was doing, and then I never touched it again. So I'm just going to lower the resolution of this because it doesn't matter, I don't think. Delete higher. And so if you take this, and we are going to find... Okay, I'm just going to make it a square. And so, if you go... And there's settings in here someplace where you can adjust the... so they can be flat. Or, you know, where they won't taper. It's probably under the curve settings somewhere. Or it might be under... Is this something that's under picker? It might be in here. I hate demoing things I just have absolutely no clue about. Curve function, delete smooth, curve smoothness, curve modifier. Oh, curve fall off. Okay. So we don't want it to fall off quite so much. Tap. And obviously you'd make this a rectangle, not a square. Oh, well, you got to tap the surface first. Boom, tap, boom, tap, boom, tap, boom. So that curve is going to be, and I know there's something to do with the gravity where you can take it like this and drag it down, and it's going to rest against the head until it's a curve, and then it can drop straight down. And I don't remember where that is. Like I said, I played with this only a little. And see how, yeah, see how we're getting this weird step? But look here. Okay. Oh, if we do this, see how it follows the head contour, and then from the farthest point out, it drops straight. And this has to do with camera view, if I'm not mistaken. And so we're going to go... Oh, because I had it rotated some. Let's make our brush a little bigger so this at least gives you some idea here. And we're going to sink this in a little. Instead of just changing my alpha, I'm going to sit here and be silly and change all my brush conditions. All right, maybe that's too big. Why can't I just make a rectangle alpha? I just refuse because I'm silly. Okay. What am I doing? Where is it? Draw size. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know if we're making it till 2. I'm a mess. Okay. So we're going to go over the face. Still, that's too much. You really do need to make a rectangle. Oh, well, look at that. Z intensity changed the thickness of my thingy. And now, see how this starts flush with the surface and then rolls over? So this could be, this could be your answer. And you can adjust how much arc there is there. I wish I knew more about the brush. But
that came out in 2021.6, right?
.5.
Like the most recent version.
.5.
Oh, was that during the summit then that was announced?
No, that was 2021. We're 5 iterations since the summit. We're now 6 iterations since the summit.
Jeez.
It was 2021 4 or 5. I think it might have been 2021 4.
Was there a 4?
Yeah. No, they just randomly do numerical displacement.
You know?
So I think that might actually be your best bet for getting that hair, because like I said, it has this gravity feature where it draws off. It just comes down to getting this angle not quite so melodramatic and getting the shape of your alpha correct. That might be the best, easiest, and fastest way to deal with that. Under normal circumstances, I would mask off what my hair is. Obviously, come in and get rid of that. What the hell is that? My brush is too big. My brush is too big.
I get that reference.
Thank you.
It doesn't happen often, but I got that one.
And then I would probably come in, because you're a young whippersnapper. Brush needs to be bigger. I guess I really could look at the reference and get the size right, but of course I'm not going to do that. I really love just guessing at things. Remember that whole thing I said about it's really easy not to use reference because then you can just lie to yourself and pretend you're doing it right?
It's so much easier.
That's exactly why I do that. Because I can just go, yeah, that's great. Decide what my hair thickness is. And I would just come in and work them into where I felt good about them. And they match the reference that I'm not looking at. label your folders. It's really important.
Yep.
And then, come in, change the lengths of these to where they're what they're supposed to be. And I know that you probably wouldn't be doing this with symmetry because that doesn't change things. And in this case, since it is a straight goth cut, these probably would just be cut-ins, because that's going to do the implication of just really straight hair. Oh, you know what? Yeah, thank you, Tallahassee.
And just would like to know if it's possible to remesh the hair that he has. Because Juice said they tried a bunch of times and it seemed impossible.
Why? Okay, so as far as your hair goes, I think that because it's lumpy, you're not selling that flat goth cut. And you can literally just get away with, I would say, coming in with SK Trim Smooth and just knock these down some. And that's going to give you a little bit more. Let me look at the reference before I start talking silliness.
Yeah, she's got a mohawk.
Right? No, that's what I was like. Let me just make sure that I am just not completely hallucinating over here. Holy Hannah. Man, this place gets hotter than snot at night. It's not even hot yet.
That's strange. I would think it'd be hot during the day.
Well, they have air conditioning on during the day.
They just turn it off at night. Nobody's here.
Exactly.
Tomas doesn't matter.
Oh, by no means do I matter here, that's for sure. So I think that getting rid of some of the lumpiness, especially since this is such a stylized caricature, you see what I mean? The other thing is, I think that these are bigger clumps. Okay, let's get the steak in there. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you get the squirreliness behind. It's like a goth mullet. So see, you've divided this up, I would say, too much in the sense of the graphic. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that's, yeah. Does that make sense? Now let's see. You're saying you can't remesh it? There are no groups, are there? Well, that's interesting. Why is that multiple polygroups? What are you doing over there? So, turn adaptive off. Well, you know what? Actually, adaptive might be fine for those. Go ahead and attempt to keep edges. Boop.
They said they kept it polygroups to try and keep the edges.
Yeah, but you don't have any groups. Oh, I see. That was a post meshy edge keep thing. And so I would just come in. The problem is you don't really have any edges because you've puffed it all up. Now I'm going to go half. ZBrush.
Did you duplicate it before starting all this?
Nope. Duplicate. Undo. Who needs any of that there duplicating stuff?
I think that's a critical step. I learned that from a guy once.
Wow, what kind of weenie would ever teach something like that?
I don't know. He was a weenie, though. You're right.
He's a total dork. That's his problem. Obviously. Only someone who would care duplicates things before they start doing all this silly stuff. So I'm flattening these out. And maybe that'll detect those as edges. So actually right here, I'm going to turn on Sculptris Pro. And I'm going to turn these back into groups. One, two. No, you guys separate. Two. Bring it down. There we go. 2, 3, 4. Let's get a little separation in that. Okay, where's your face? Where's your face? There it is. Steak. All right. Pinch. Let's turn our geometry on just to make sure we are. Das ist gut. I'm just trying to get edges back in here. Okay. Play to skip that. Nope. Mhm. And now obviously my spacing is a little torqued at this point. I'm going to take slide and just kind of try to get it back into a sort of square bang mold thing. Pinch, turn sculptures off. Okay. Turn sculptures back on. And make sure that we have.
Is the intention to project it back to the original, or is this just a new hair?
New hair.
Haha.
Because the older hair is a little squirrely in the sense that it breaks these plaits up. And the thing about like goth hairdo, right? You got that bang cut. It's just like, and it's pretty tight. And if you look at the illustration, right, it's, you have, where's my, there it is. You know, that bowl cut. And these vary a little, obviously. But if you look, this is just very simple rectangles. Because it's that bowl cut. So you have just this nice straight flat bangs, and then it kind of, like I said, you get the goth mullet, right? But even back here, look at how this is straight, right? It's just curving over and behind your bangs. So that whole goth bangs, right?
Yep.
Very straight, and then the hair comes off the top and around the front. But this is all very straight. So you don't want it to look so pillowy, right? The front is a pretty staid form. And now I'm going to divide this just real quick so we have a little bit more geometry. And I broke these wrong because I wasn't going by the reference material, but that's okay. I don't know what dingling says you need references. I still don't know if I trust that guy. You can set the link to whatever the illustration is. But see how that feels. And see, it's also, it should be close to the head. So these need to move in some. And then kind of fill it out so it looks like it's going down straight. But this should all be pretty close to the head. And then that way, this stuff does whatever it's doing as far as that goes. But there's a clear delineation between the bangs and the fluff. Does that make sense?
Very technical words there. Bangs and fluff.
Right. And if I were you, I would probably pay attention to the reference since you're trying to make it look like the reference. Unlike me. But I think that'll give you a bit more of what you're shooting for. Did that answer that? You think that could have been a fail of a Google search? Yeah, let's see what happens.
No. Let's not.
Yeah, no. I was trying to figure out what I typed in. That's why I had to go check. I'm like, no, that is definitely not a Google search we need to accomplish here. All right. One sec. I've got to open this door or slide a chair in it because I'm like totally hot boxing this room now. Oh, you know what? Potty break.
Potty break. Write BRB on your screen. Because I'm going to run for a second too.
Right, let's see how many people we lose. Every time I do this, it's like 50 people run away. I'll be right back. Yeah. Oh, it's so much cooler out here. What the hell? All right, that's ridiculous. Oh, I feel like the temperature's dropped like 30 degrees just from opening the doors. I guess even this little computer just churns out heat.
They all do.
I swear, I was losing oxygen in the room. I stepped outside that door. I was like, holy Hannah, it's like really not hot out here. Oh, look, we only lost 20 people. Man, no one's patient, are they? Okay, so where were we?
Nico.
Amigo.
There were 3 people that we skipped over because they requested very specifically to be here.
Okay. Okay, now
So
we got to make sure to turn everyone off so I don't download 15 things every time. Okay, so that's everyone's turned off. Miko. Boop.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Okay, there we go. Boop, boop. Aha. I love that dude's face. It's awesome. All right. See, I like these as bigger, simpler shapes. This is nice.
There is a girl. It's a piece for top of the stick that I made. If it's possible, I wanted to share a picture of the original one that I'm reworking right now.
Yeah, throw it up on Discord and we'll look at it. Or
In
did
general.
you already throw the picture up, or are you asking if you can throw the picture up?
I sent it to general channel.
Okay.
I used your advices that you made to the bell and tried to stop cutting into the surface.
Right. All right, let's see what we get. No, it looked good. I mean, it definitely was, just the transition from the first one to the second one was dramatic. It looked good. Okay, right. So the person is supposed to go around the top?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just have no time to finish it. I reprojected and started from the head and plan to move to the down.
Yeah, no. But I mean, like, this stuff has gotten a lot cleaner. I mean, like, overall, all of your, all of the stuff that came in, these have facets on them. Like, these have facets on them. Like, the face is really nice and subtle. But, it's also clear. This stuff and then having facets on these. I think you're definitely... I think it looks great. And so this dude is coming up here. She is... Nope. Nope. I can't seem to change layers today. Change a layer? You're not going to change? Okay. No, 31 million polys. First thing we gotta do is lower the res on this for right now. We'll duplicate. Delete higher. Okay. Like that. Here's a picture. Nope, it's in Discord. So butts on the top side of the ball, the cross and arms behind it. Is it that far above? They're also leaning out a little farther, aren't they? Or is that the same pose?
This is another pose
Okay.
because I plan to pose it after I finish
Sure.
updating the figure itself.
Sure, sure. Oh, I see. They're actually starting here. There we go. Actually, let's start you at the center. Go home. Array. How many were there? 5 or 6?
6.
6. I just want to see it with the people. Six. And that would be Y. Always do this. Okay, rotate, not offset. Is it 360 here? It is. No, not 36. Oh. Lock size, lock position. Oh, I must have moved the shaft at one point. Hold on. Let's go back to U. Center. No. Why is that off? Oh, because I rotated it. Right, let's have these guys for a second.
Unless I miscounted, you have 1 extra.
Yeah, I think I do too. There's something's going on. But first, this is not on center X. Because when I was moving it around, I must have rotated it. Sorry, I moved it around when I was trying to move the. See? Oh my god, come on. It's ridiculous. How is it? I just undid that. Obviously, I didn't. I'm silly person. Close enough to spit on for right now. Stop that. Really? You're just going to do this to me? I see how you are. What is going on? Hold on. Oh, perspective. Who turns on perspective? That explains a lot. And why? I never use perspective. Alright, that's got to be close enough. Now we got you. And is that array? Let's go under you. Yeah, 7. Alright, there we go. Mm-hmm. 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 You do want rotate you. Okay. My darn sphere is still not center. I rotated it and blew it. Not perfect, but Lisa, let us see what's going on there. I'm just going to rotate it a touch so one arm's behind the other so they're not just crisscrossing there, right?
Yes, but the pose is a bit wrong.
My rotation? I'm sure. I
mean that the figure is not posed. I didn't pose it yet because it's not finished.
Yeah. I just wanted to see roughly what you were shooting at.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. No, I moved this all around it. Yeah, your feet are too far spread if you're going to do them that close. Blah, blah, blah. But I just wanted to see, because I like the... You know, they look nice. I would say that because you've cleaned these spirals up so nicely, I might come back in and make the breast spirals a little sharper, just in the sense of where they have like one facet on it, right? Mm-hmm. And like you said, you're not done with this, so I get that, you know. But it's neat. Tell me you're going to print it full size and like have LEDs in it. I know this really great place where you can get
I think
IQ
it
lighting.
will be for render.
What's that?
It will be a piece for a larger composition with a character.
Nice. Nope, it's super neat. I think that, you know, once again, sharpening and cleaning these forms really helped out. And I think you can just do a little bit more on the figure. And I know that you're not done with the figure, but because see how she looks soft compared to this stuff now? So I think get that detail similar to the spiral stuff detail that you have going on here. because you did a great job of cleaning this stuff up. It looks great. And it's really clear, it's sharp, it's concise. It'll read well. The only thing you might want to consider is on this stuff down here. Where are you? There you are. Is making this separation. Just punching this just a touch. And once again, not. But where you're getting just a little bit more of a lip there. Because as you get farther out here, see how that really disappears? And especially since this is such a distinct form, this is really standing off. And I know these are obviously meant to be closer, but I would get a little bit more of a lip on this stuff so it's a clear edge. Oops, that's not clay tubes. Does that make sense? Just so it's not super subtle, because this should, in some ways, this should look like, metal bands that are attached around the form, I feel. It's what the implication is. And especially since this part is so separated, getting a slightly deeper separation line here and these two down here. And you might just do it on this butt side where this is all one piece, or this is two pieces, the tip and that, or the whole tip. Either this is the tip or you have a band and the tip, right? So
I understood.
Just get a little bit more separation out of there so it does look like it is a separate part. And I think that's going to help you. Wow, look at this squirrel.
Thank you.
My interface is wacky. It looks like I get to build another new interface. It's okay, I didn't quite finish the last one, so. It looks great. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no.
And thank you to Henry.
No, it looks wonderful. It's definitely sharpening up and becoming clearer, and I think that's going to help you. Awesome sauce. All right. If he doesn't have any more questions, who's next?
Up next, we have Faisal's 3 rings, and that might end it for us.
All right. And I have to download those, don't I?
Yeah. 4 rings.
We're going to try this way. I'm going to do it, man. Watch me do it. No! And look, there's still 2 items. Damn it. All right. Negative everybody. Ring 1. Download, not delete. Download. Knife of boy. Wait a minute. Why did that one all of a sudden decide to hop over? Nah, I have no idea which ones are which. We have 41, 46, and 44. 41, 46, 44. We're missing 34. There we go. Okay. much more similar shared vocabulary. I would either come on. This is the full. Yeah. Okay. I would either continue your framing or feasibly, since you have little squares over here, you may want to divide these up and or put little squares here, or kind of match this arrow and have the arrow coming in this way and then imply the shape here or something. But all of this is this repetitive pattern, and then it goes flat right here, and I don't know why. Not that that's a huge problem, just a thing. Probably want to make this a little sharper, cleaner, or more architectural here, just so that's not lumpy, right? All this is pretty architectural, so you might want to come in and trim front, maybe trim front, and that'll at least give you something going on there, so it doesn't just become loose. And because you have all of this architectural stuff on the outside, I would at least, sorry guys, I'd probably come in and give myself a framing shape here, just so it looks like it's tied to the rest of the ring as opposed to just being like on the top edge. And that's going to at least give you from the side a little bit more solid form. And then this, and I mean, you can break this up. I'm not saying it needs to be solid. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying that I think that having the design go down and around the band in some format or another will help. So it doesn't look like you just plop the stuff on the front and then never went back. And see, in a situation like this, it's perfectly fine to draw that line because you want those to look like separate plates or separate. So there are times to use, like drawing in the surface is a separator. So for like mechanical stuff or platey stuff, it's a perfectly, it's a perfectly legitimate answer for something like that. Or you might want to do something like this. Where you're sort of replicating the form here as well. I guess that comes down a little more. And then have the same flat 3 steps there. And then, you know, maybe that's the head floating on a pattern. If those are going to be plain, maybe make them completely plain. I don't know. Just get those posts to kind of talk to one another. I think your prongs are still a little thin, but once again, if this is for rendering, that's fine. What do we have? Let's measure them. No, I'm completely wrong. That's 1.3, that's plenty thick. So I guess maybe the issue is, especially at this stage, they're 1.3 at the base. So fill them up. Don't take them to points. If you want them to be points, tell the setter that, and they can file this off. But you don't want to remove that much material. Come on. It definitely, oh goodness gracious, definitely have these come inside. Make sure that if you cut that in, the meat, there's plenty of meat to be on top of that stone. Right. Don't leave them anemic. Give them a little bit of beef, and then that way when they knock that over, they can file this and shape this into whatever they need it to be. And I would say I probably wouldn't put this on here. You don't have anything else anywhere else that's wavy like that. Remember, be consistent in your vocabulary, because everything else is pretty architectural, so it almost looks like, you know, it's like a little, you know, if we just, I mean, you see how that at least ties in a little bit more with the shapes that you have established, because nowhere on this side at all do you have, you know, this kind of thing going on. So just to randomly have them over here makes no sense to me. So either, you know, tie this little area to this little area so they're separated from these, or make them all the same. But, oh, man. But this post and this post should refer to one another, because these are definitely referring. You might want to beef these up just a touch. Maybe not. I might add just a little bit of thickness in here. It just shouldn't look anemic. It's not that there's not enough meat. It just looks a little thin and wobbly. So I would make sure that from this angle, let's see if I can take, planar flattened line. Come to here, come up here. See how there's a pretty big dip there. So you may want to look into just making sure this is the same thickness all the way up. Instead of scooping in and sort of look thin until I added that meat in there. Something to think about. Now I got the yawns. That's horrible.
That'll happen at nearly 2 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely would get rid of that stuff. Okay. Next one. Give these just a touch more depth so there really is height in just this. That's only 300,000, not a whole lot. And I no longer have rotation on, so that's not going to help. I don't know what your number was. We'll turn symmetry off. But just, let's turn symmetry off. So it's thin, it comes up and over, and then thin, thin, up and over and thin. And just giving a little weight in that curve right there. Gives it a little bit more dimensionality as it going around. With that pattern, I think it's very important. Okay, that's ridiculous. Stop yawning. Henry, you need to stop yawning. You're getting me to yawn.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I just didn't drink enough soda.
Wow. Yeah, maybe make this a touch more dramatic since this is nice deep forms. You don't want to lose that shape. It's interesting that it'll read interesting. Why these change direction? I don't mind that they do. Right, these are stepping this way and these are stepping this way. But I think that I would still tie these lines a little bit more directly to these lines. And that's going to make it look like you're trying to get an optical illusion or there's something funny going on, as opposed to them not matching up where it's like, oh, did you accidentally make those go the wrong direction? So this way it's folding this way it's folding this way. And that'll mess with the eye. And that'll be something that people double take on because you're like, why is that not reflecting right? But that ridge line should be the same top of the, that should be a blade, and then it should cut off this direction and this direction, and that way these look tied together. They don't look. No, it's only 300,000. Oh, here's the full size one. Go away. I don't want the G-force experience.
Oh, man.
I know.
They want you to have that experience.
What's it going to be? It's going to say, hey, by the way, your video card's slow. You don't have enough RAM. You need a new video card.
You need an update. You need an update that's going to break Call of Duty.
Great.
And it's impossible to roll back.
That's awesome. Let's do that like right now. That sounds great. Is that what it did to yours?
Happened to me last week.
You're like, ah. So is Call of Duty what you want me to play with you?
Eventually, when you get internet, yeah, it's gonna be a riot.
Yeah, because I don't know if I can. I don't know if anyone will approve it how I play Cyberpunk. I'm a horrible monster.
It might help you in Warzone.
All I know is those darn buttons better work. Because I still haven't sorted out that auto fire thing. I think you're lying to me.
I'm not. But it doesn't surprise me that you haven't figured it out.
What really sucks is I still, like, I have smart weapons and I still can't get them to aim. I'm like, what the? That's sad. I just want you to know.
Yeah, that's rough.
I mean, how am I the only person who has, like, knockout rockets and, or, you know, the wristy things, and I miss with them all the time? I'm like, how do I miss that much? What is going on? I think it's a conspiracy just to keep me from playing games again. So this side has it, and that's flat. That side has, and that's flat. So, you know, that could be a cool optical illusion, but you want that ridge to be sharp. Right where this is your lip side. That. Come on. Ragamuffin. It's like a really slow ragamuffin.
I'm guessing that's a bad thing.
Can't be good.
Doesn't sound good.
Being a ragamuffin can't be that good. If you're really slow and jittery about it, that sucks. Yeah, never mind. You see what I mean? Like, as long as they're connecting, that could be interesting. Two thumbs up. Looks good. But if this is the seat of your stone, here again you want enough metal to do your settings. So this is more like a rendering model. And then just make sure to, come on. There you go. Make sure to give yourself enough metal where it can be folded over the stone or hammered down on the stone, or rim set. But you need more meat on top of that. Let's look at our stone. Maybe not quite that much. That might be a little too thin, but that could work. You could rim set that where you take your thing and grind it around it and it rolls it down. Or whatever that's called. I don't think that's called rimming.
I would doubt it.
Something like that, though. What is that called? You know, where you just take your graver or not your
A
graver,
hammer?
but your point. Right, it's just a steel point. You come in and you just run it around. You do it when you flush set, but I can't think of what that is called.
I would have always just called it bezel setting.
Yeah, but it's not a bezel.
Just by
It's a
yeah,
flush.
that's probably a better word for it.
Well, you do it when you do flush setting, but this is Mod Dirty Blue 2. Or is it Mod Dirty Blue 1?
1.
1. Mod Dirty Blue 1.
Tomas, is there any way to calculate the weight of metal in ZBrush?
Shockingly, there's this really awesome little thing called Kitco. Where is it? Oh, get metal prices. Boop. Ta-da! And as long as this model is watertight, I also use the Kitco as a watertight test. So you can see that this is 11.49 grams of 22 karat gold, platinum, silver, stainless steel, titanium, tungsten, and I have a thing for a calculator for the resins, but we never quite got around to adding them to this, did we? But so this gives you, this is off of Kitco, which is a metal. So this is a live spot quote. So there are some places that quote metal at the end of the day. There's some places that quote metal at the beginning of the day. Spot quotes, Kitco spot quotes they check it checks every minute or two. So it's constantly updating your metal prices. So there is a lovely little plugin called Kitco Metal Quotes. And it gives you your... Now, if you print this, as opposed to just the display, the print gives you ounces, grams, troy ounces, and then this is pennyweight. And you don't ask me why it says DWT and the word is pennyweight. Don't have answers for that one.
Doer? Is it a doer or something like that?
No, it's pennyweight.
But it's like the old terminology for pennyweight.
It's more like an undoer.
Deadweight tonnage.
Oh, look at that. Deadweight tonnage. And they measure diamonds by it? How did that even happen? Once again, you know, this bezel is going to have to be raised because this would have to, like, you couldn't flush. Well, you might be able to flush set it if it has enough of a cone to it, but you're going to want to get this bezel. And once again, these are probably rendering models, so it doesn't matter, but when you go into production, you want to make sure to give it enough metal that you can crimp over it. I think this is fun because your gear is off, but it's off of the radial, so it has like the little angle to it. I like it like that. Know that what's this thing right here called? Lazy Nizumi has in your ellipse. Oh my God! See the steps. So you can, if you are trying to get perfect steps, and I don't think you are, but just, this is just for your information. You can go to ruler and then yeah. So see the scale width, the tooth size, the teeth, blah, 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 blah. That shows you how many teeth there are in the circle, I believe. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Change this to 9. And we're just going to save that for right now. And if I am not mistaken, let's just grab a cutting tool so we can just see it. Oop. We'll turn that on. Drag that to the center of the world. And then, whoa, you do not want to brush that. Come on. I don't know. I don't remember if it goes up or down. Turn symmetry off. No, it's going up. See it up here. So the tooth size we're going to make smaller. Come on. I love it. Every time I try to demo something, it just never works. Trust me, it works. Okay. Turn that off. Not working. No, it's also because it's on the low res model. This is an interesting shape. These little squirrely tails are coming down. Once again, I don't see this vocabulary anywhere else in there, so I would try to figure out how this ties in with a form. And it can. You know, it's like every other chevron here. But like your chevrons, see, like there's, I would probably make these tie to the chevrons under here, and then at least there's a reason for them to be there. And just make sure you get your spacing right. All right. And then what's our last one? Here we go. Hey. And again, I would try to find a way to, okay, why do I always choose the low res model? I don't even know. I would try to find a way to tie these forms into the ring base somehow. Just so once again, they don't look like they're sitting there floating on the top. You have these as these nice layers. Make sure to clarify these layers. And I'm not saying they necessarily have to have a frame. I'm just trying to raise that up and off. SK trim polish. Right, you can have these, but just make sure that lip is actually a lip. And if this is going to be bezel set, once again, you need a little bit more height than all of this. But this is also a good time where you could really bring this in. And it basically could be a 2-prong set with just a little bit of your bezel setting here. Or if you're worried about it, you could punch these up just to be a little bit thicker where those could be bent over. And that could become your 4 prongs if you don't want to hammer all this edge over. Right. Get your curves just a little less lumpy there. That's pretty cool. If you were going to make this out of gold, you would probably want to hollow this out some because that's a good chunk of metal. Get our metal prices. Well, that's not bad. These are small rings. It's light, light, light. Never mind. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that's only... What is the size of this? No. I have a hard time believing that quote all of a sudden. Has gold gone down? Yeah, I'm not thinking well anyway. I don't know. All right. Those look pretty good. I like them. They're fun. Just clean your edges up. Make sure your overs and unders are over and under. And just make sure your vocabulary is referential in some format or another to itself. So they're in the same like visual vocabulary. Killing it. It's 2:09. Look at that. Right on time.
Call it.
Pulling a ripcord on that one. I'm tired, guys. Sorry. Today was a bad brain day. I had a hard time with words all day. I couldn't remember anything.
I think it only started at 1 a.m. I mean,
I was like, Nah, I've been messy as far as words all day. It might have escalated in the last hour for sure, but... All right. On YouTube, subscribe on our YouTube channel, and if you like what you see, hit the like button. If you have any questions, put it into the questions below, and either I or someone from Pixologic will answer your questions. There will be answers. Join us over on ZBrush Jewelry Workshops. Join our Discord. One day I'll have a YouTube channel. I mean, I have a YouTube channel. I just don't really post anything on it right now. We're working on that. Anything I'm missing?
Get ZBrush if you don't already have
Oh,
ZBrush.
yeah, of course.
They have a trial.
I just assume. I'm like, you gotta have ZBrush, right? Who doesn't have ZBrush? ZBrush is it.
I think you found yourself in a strange place if you're watching this stream and you don't have ZBrush. But just in case.
Well, especially at 2 a.m. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, 2 a.m. for us.
I know. Yeah, if you don't, go over to Pixologic's site. If y'all don't have the plugins, there's a lot of plugins and there's a lot of resources. For those of you who are always asking, where do we start? There's an entire section in Pixologic's site that is
Resources.
yeah. And the other thing is Ask ZBrush is a really good see classroom. Here you go. And so yeah, I'm not logged in at the moment, or maybe I am, I don't know. So these have a bunch of the little classwork and stuff if you have any questions, but a great resource is Ask ZBrush. If I could spell ZBrush. And yeah. And so it's just, they're just questions. What does a Q grid do? How do you apply? And if you search this, there are tons and tons of answers. And it's really wonderful because really smart people answer these. And if you want to learn ZBrush for manufacturing, like I said, ZBrush Jewelry Workshops, we're really about, instead of printing, or I mean, instead of rendering and animation and stuff like that, we're really about how to manufacture and get things out into printers and stuff. And that's what my course stuff's about. And like I said, subscribe. Did I mention subscribing? I think subscribe. Right down there. Somewhere. Button down there somewhere. Okay. Have a lovely morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you're at. And I will be back next Monday. We'll be doing crits. We have how many left over we didn't get to?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Wow, holy Hannah.
10.
Oof. Okay, we might be doing a 4 o'clock night another time this month, huh? To catch up. It's funny, how do we have so many participants and no one ever watches? No, totally kidding. I've got viewer number MB over here.
Pick a different time slot.
Womp womp, time slot. All right. Yeah, I guess that's it.
Have a good one, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Have an absolutely fantastic week. See you next week. Oh, and subscribe. And like.